Chapter 840. However, as someone who had fought on the battlefield all his life, he quickly adjusted his mentality because he knew the predicament that the Rome army was facing now, and he did not allow himself to be overly depressed. Quintus, Frius, Licinius, Aulus, Titus, Servius, and the other generals had already gathered in the tent. Sir Dictator, seeing Camillus stumbling into the tent, everyone hurriedly bowed respectfully. What's the situation in Ostia? Camillus didn't bother with pleasantries and directly asked Servius. Servius, who was in charge of guarding against the enemy's surprise attack, quickly replied, "The people of Dionia stationed many soldiers on top of the city wall. Perhaps they saw our troops outside the city, so they didn't dare to go out of the city to destroy our earth rampart. However, they are seizing the time to repair the breach in the city wall. So, we have to seize the time, reorganize the troops, and launch another attack." Hearing this, Camillus was a little anxious. He looked at Licinius. "How's the construction of the mine going? I'll definitely be able to close it before nightfall." Licinius said with certainty, "This is all thanks to Audi, Antius, and Saturnicum, who sent a large number of people to help us build it." "All right, good." Camillus praised him repeatedly, and the solemn expression on his face relaxed a lot. "Licinius, you did a good job. I thank you on behalf of all the soldiers. As long as the ramparts we build can completely surround Ostia, not only will we not have to worry about the enemy sneaking out of the city to attack us, but we can also send a large number of light infantry or even learn from the Dionia and move their ballistae up to attack the enemy at the top of the city and inside the city from a distance. This will provide the greatest help to our heavy infantry attack and reduce their casualties. The Etruscan allied armies of Casrella, Walsi, and Tarcona are no longer clamoring to leave, are they?" Camillus' last sentence was directed at Titus, whom he had sent to pacify the Etruscans. "Mr. Dictator, these Etruscans are just words. If we really let them go, would they dare to leave alone?" Titus sneered disdainfully. "There are Dionia's fleets at sea, and the Tiber River can only be crossed upstream to reach the north bank. However, with their less than 10,000 soldiers and their courage, without our company, they dare to march 70 to 80 miles alone and bypass Rome, which is heavily defended by Dionia. However, they said that if they continue to attack Ostia like this in the next battle, they refuse to participate in the battle again." Refusing to participate in the battle? Do these Etruscans think that they joined us just to share the spoils of war? Quintus said angrily, "Sir Dictator, the next time we attack the city, we must place them at the forefront of the attack. I would like to see if these Etruscans that we have conquered dare to fight with all their might." "Quintus, don't be too agitated. Doing so will only ruin the relationship between us and the Etruscans. It will also affect the Latin Alliance's army's opinion of us." Aulus reminded him from the side. "If we don't do this, are we going to let our soldiers charge at the forefront? The ones who have suffered the most casualties in the past few days are the citizens of Rome. Up until now, nearly 5,000 civilian soldiers have escaped from the camp and joined the enemy. Can we trust the remaining few thousand civilian soldiers? Now, the number of civilian soldiers that can really fight is less than 15,000. Many of the citizens of Rome who are born with noble backgrounds have died bravely at the gates of the city with a deep-rooted hatred for the people of Dionia. If we don't let the Etruscans and the Latin Alliance's army take the lead, even if we recapture Ostia, I'm afraid that almost all of the civilian soldiers in Rome will die." Quintus' words of grief and indignation caused everyone in the tent to feel sad. If we recapture Ostia, will the people of Dionia really be willing to negotiate with us? Titus was the first to break the silence. He said hesitantly, "You must know that what the people of Dionia are doing in Rome is to turn the nobles into slaves." His words voiced the doubts and uneasiness in the hearts of the generals. Everyone focused their eyes on Camillus. However, Camillus did not answer immediately because the defection of the civilian soldiers in Rome and the tenacious defense in Ostia had shaken his confidence, making it impossible for him to give a definite answer. Instead, it was his son Lucius who said loudly, "We can only force the people of Dionia to negotiate with us by threatening the safety of the people of Dionia with our valor and determination. After all, the people of Dionia are not only fighting against us in Rome, but also our ally, the people of Carthage. The army of Dionia has suffered too many losses here. How can they fight against the people of Carthage? Don't trust the people of Carthage too much. If they really attack Dionia with all their strength, how can the people of Dionia send so many troops to attack us?" Quintus was full of resentment when he mentioned the people of Carthage. "Apart from taking back Ostia, we don't have any better ideas." Aulus sighed, and his words caused the other generals' expressions to darken. "Everyone, don't think about the future for now. Let's do what's in front of us first." At this time, Camillus said, "From the situation of the battle yesterday, we have made great progress in the siege. The soldiers have broken into the city and engaged in a chaotic battle with the people of Dionia. They have given the enemy a lot of pressure and casualties. Next, we just have to." Camillus explained in detail some of the new ideas for the next attack and some improvements to the siege tactics. This was the result of his careful observation of the battle situation and hard thinking over the past few days. His tone was calm, but it contained a kind of power that could make everyone calm down and listen carefully. Seeing that everyone was listening carefully, Camillus glanced at Quintus and emphasized, "In order to ensure the success of the next siege, we must unite our allied army." Everyone, including Quintus, finally agreed with Camillus's opinion and discussed and improved the siege plan together. After sending everyone away, Camillus's mood relaxed a little, but he suddenly felt weak all over. These few days he was worried about the war, ate little, slept little, and was anxious. Even the body of a young man could not withstand it, let alone an old man in his 60s. He had to lie down and rest. He slept past dusk until he was woken up by someone. All the sentries in Ostia suddenly disappeared. Camillus, who had just woken up, patted his head that was still a little confused, thinking about the meaning behind the move of the people of Dionia. At this time the tent was opened again, and Lucius rushed in. "Father, there is a fire in Ostia." "What?" Camillus was taken aback. With the help of the servants, he hurried out of the big tent. The camp was already full of soldiers coming out of their tents. They looked at the fire in the distance in horror at Ostia. Noise and discussion filled the entire camp. Camillus saw the scene and was stunned for a moment. Suddenly he shouted, "Not good! The people of Ostia are escaping! Quick! Send the army! Rush into the city! Put out the fire! And catch the people of Dionia! Quick!" In the night, the soldiers of Rome were organized and rushed towards the burning Ostia, but they were still too late. After receiving the retreat order from the Devers, Terrace ordered his officers to contact the cargo ships of the Chamber of Commerce at the port and the Dionysian fleet cruising the nearby sea, and gradually began to retreat in an orderly manner. Since most of the evacuation was carried out in the small port directly facing the sea in the west, the Rome army monitoring the mouth of the Tiber River did not notice anything unusual. Finally, when the soldiers of Dionia began to retreat, Terrace ordered his men to set fire to the city and the port that were doused with tar. When Camillus learned that the army failed to put out the fire, the Ostia district and the port were burned, but not a single person of Dionia was seen, he felt depressed and could not say a word. At this time he understood that the people of Dionia would rather burn the city than let them occupy it. They had already shown their determination to not compromise. "Father, what's wrong with you?" In the midst of Lucius's exclamation, Camillus covered his chest and slowly fell to the ground. Although he was a civilian of Rome, his home was not in Rome, but in Venus, where he had his own land and family. In the past few days, the news that the people of Dionia gave special treatment to the civilians of Rome spread in the camp. The civilian soldiers living in the city of Rome began to flee the camp. Although Michaelis and many of the civilians of Rome who moved to the colonial city north of the Tiber River were a little tempted, they did not leave. After all, in the colonial city that was built less than 10 years ago, the conflict between the nobles and the civilians was not serious, and their lives were not bad. Under such circumstances, it was difficult for farmers to abandon their home country, which they had lived in for decades, and join an unfamiliar kingdom. However, because they were loyal to Rome, they did not receive the commendation they deserved. Instead, they were hated by the nobles and soldiers of Rome in the camp. These nobles and diners learned from the news that their families in Rome were imprisoned, and their land was divided among the commoners. Their houses were occupied by the commoners, and their wealth was robbed by the commoners. This was a rumor. In addition, the commoners had been betraying them in the past few days. Of course, they did not have a good attitude towards the commoner soldiers who were still in the camp. Suspicion, ridicule, and abuse were considered light. During the siege, they blatantly used their power to place the civilian soldiers in the most dangerous positions, but did not allow them to retreat or provide assistance. This was not the first or second time. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 841. Many of the civilian soldiers who had been loyal to Rome were bitterly disappointed. The hostility and suspicion between the Roman nobles and the civilians in the camp deepened. Even Michaelius and his men, who were initially firm in their stand, began to waver. However, the continuous battles left them with no time to calm down and think about the future. This morning, the generals of Rome, who were unwilling to give up, sent a few platoons to search Ostia, hoping to find something. Michaelius's platoon was assigned to the port. Macarius had been to the port of Ostia many times in the past. The port's waters were crowded with ships, and the docks were no longer bustling with people. The row upon row of residences and warehouses had now been reduced to piles of burning ruins. Black smoke was rising everywhere, lamenting the tragic fate that the port had suffered last night. Looking at all this, Michaelius's heart was filled with desolation. He could not help but think of Rome, Wei Ai, and himself. "Captain, the dictator told us that as long as we can recapture Ostia, we can force the Daionia to negotiate peace with us and get back the city of Rome. Now that we have recaptured Ostia, can we really negotiate peace with the Daionia?" A Wei Ai soldier next to him asked doubtfully. Michaelius could not answer his doubt. The soldiers were not fools. Both sides had been fighting fiercely for the past few days, and there had been many casualties. According to the habits of Rome in previous wars, once they had the upper hand, they would completely conquer their opponent so that they would no longer have the ability to fight against Rome. Would the equally powerful kingdom of Daionia let Rome go so easily? What does it have to do with us, whether the Daionia can stop the war or not? I have had enough of this endless war. Now that Jupiter is still protecting me, I want to leave this place and return to Wei Ai. Another soldier said loudly. Macarius glanced at him and said, "As long as the Daionia still occupy Rome, Wei Ai, which is not far from Rome, is in danger. We are fighting here for ourselves. Look at this." Macarius pointed at the ruins of the port of Ostia and said worriedly, "We must not let Wei Ai become like this." The moment Michaelius said that, everyone suddenly fell silent. They looked up to the northeast with worried expressions. After a while, the soldier who spoke earlier said softly, "Why don't we join Daionia? Not only can we protect Wei Ai, but we can also increase our wealth." The other soldiers still didn't say a word. Even Michaelius didn't berate him. Everyone looked at each other with odd expressions. At this moment, someone shouted in front, "Look, a boat is coming." After entering Ostia in the morning, the soldiers saw nothing but ruins. So many of them rushed to the jetty of the port out of curiosity. They saw a sailboat sailing from the northern coastal waters and turning into the mouth of the Tiber River. It first approached the northern shore, but when it saw the many Roman soldiers in the port, it turned around and headed straight for the port. It's an Etruscan boat, right? Many of the soldiers guessed. The mouth of the Tiber River was more than 200 meters wide. In addition, there was a thin mist on the surface of the river in the early morning, so they couldn't see clearly. They could only make a judgment based on the direction the boat was coming from. Of course, they hoped that was the case. When they saw the picture of black hair entwining a double thigh painted on the canvas, the soldiers immediately became restless and picked up their weapons. The sailboat stopped about 30 meters away from the jetty and turned sideways. A few people on the boat shouted loudly in Latin. The team led by Mycelius didn't manage to squeeze onto the jetty, so they couldn't hear what the people on the boat were shouting. However, they soon saw a commotion among the soldiers in front of them. Following that, a clamor pierced their eardrums. That's impossible. They're lying. It's impossible that Kesrela City has been occupied by the Daionia. You're right. Kesrela City is built on a mountain ridge. It's very difficult to capture it. Besides, the main forces of Daionia are concentrated here to fight us. How could they have enough troops to attack Kesrela City? This must be a lie. The huge city of Rome was captured by the Daionia in a day. This already shows how terrifying the Daionia's siege ability is. Is Kesrela City harder to capture than Rome? Besides, as you can see, this boat came from the north. So what? The cunning Daionia might have deliberately made this boat take a detour to deceive us. Hey, you're only talking about Kesrela City. Didn't you hear the people on the boat say that they've also captured Venus? It took us 10 years to capture Venus. How could the Daionia capture it in such a short time? That's why I say that the Daionia are lying to us. If Kesrela and Venus are lost, our Sutrium will be in danger. No matter what, I have to go back immediately. I'll go back with you. The Roman army suffered many casualties during the siege over the past few days. Camillus took the opportunity to reorganize the army and mix the citizens from the colonies with the citizens of Rome. This was to make commanding the troops smoother. Therefore, a Rome squadron often had citizens from many places in Rome. Mycelius's team were all citizens from Venus. When they heard this, their expressions changed. Captain, what should we do? The soldiers looked at Mycelius in panic. Mycelius was equally confused. Although he also felt that the Daionia might be lying to them, he couldn't say the words, ignore them, and stay behind to continue fighting. He hesitated for a while as the scene of his wife and children sending him off repeatedly appeared in his mind. Finally, he made up his mind and said, "We'll go too. We'll return to the camp immediately, pick up our bags, leave the army, and rush back to Venus from the Tiber River. What if? What if Venus is really captured by the Daionia?" The soldiers asked with trembling voices. Then, just surrender to the Daionia. Mycelius squeezed the words out of his mouth in pain. None of the soldiers objected. On the contrary, their expressions relaxed. It wasn't just Mycelius's team. Several other squads of soldiers were clamoring to return to the camp immediately. No matter how the platoon commander from Rome tried to dissuade or threaten them, he couldn't stop them. The sailboat from before had sailed to the north bank, but it didn't dock on the opposite bank because there were too many mudflats at the mouth of the river. Instead, it moved forward and glided for a while before docking. Dozens of trackers disembarked from the ship and attached tow lines to the sailboat. The sailors rowed, and the trackers pulled the boat up the Tiber River. Not long after, one ship after another sailed from the north and turned into the mouth of the Tiber River. They followed the north bank and sailed towards the city of Rome in the east. When the Rome soldiers who were still at the port saw this scene, they no longer doubted what the Daionia had said. They ran out of Ostia and ran back to the camp. This time, the camp was already in an uproar. After learning from the doctor that his father had woken up, Lucius immediately lifted the curtain and walked into the tent. Camillus was lying on the bed with his eyes open, staring straight at the top of the tent. No one knew what he was thinking. Lucius walked quietly to the bed and asked with concern, "Father, are you feeling better?" Cough. "I'm fine." Camillus's voice was hoarse as he replied weakly. He then asked, "Now, how's the situation at the camp?" "Well, it's nothing serious. The order in the camp is still relatively stable," Lucius said perfunctorily. Camillus turned his head. Although his face was pale, his eyes were still full of spirit. "You are my son. Can you hide anything from me? I'm lying here. I can hear the noise coming from outside. It's obvious something big has happened. Tell me everything. I can handle it." "Father, the doctor said that you should pay more attention to your body to recover. Titus, Quintus, and Aulus are temporarily in charge of the army. Don't worry too much." Lucius comforted him softly. "I am the dictator of Rome. As long as I am alive, I must be responsible for all the citizens of Rome. When I die, there will be plenty of time to rest. Cough." Camillus slapped the bed with his hand and said loudly, anxiously. Lucius saw him coughing and hurriedly said, "Don't worry. Don't worry. Take a breath first and listen to me, slowly. This morning, we sent a few Rome squadrons to search for the burned Ostia. As a result, the soldiers believe the rumors spread by Dionia's ships, saying that Kesrela and Vila have been occupied by Dionia. Kesrela and Vila have been captured." Camillus's eyes widened in shock. "I said it's just a rumor. The walls of Kesrela and Vila are strong. The terrain is dangerous, and the main force of Dionia is fighting with us. How could they capture these two cities in such a short time?" Lucius said anxiously at this moment. But those stupid soldiers believed it, and the rumor spread throughout the barracks. As a result, not only Vila, but also the colonial soldiers from the northern bank of the Tiber River, such as Serworth and Cosa, have fled the barracks. Even the army of the Etrurian alliance has asked to leave. Titus, Aulus, and the others have urgently led the army to stop them. Camillus never thought that the situation would become so bad when he woke up. In his anxiety, not only could he not think of any good ideas, but he also had a splitting headache. He used his hands to support himself on the bed, trying to get up, but he could not exert any strength. "Quick, call the soldiers to carry me out. I'll go persuade them." He was so anxious that he wanted to speak loudly, but the voice that came out was very weak. Chapter 842. "Father, you're not feeling well now. The doctor won't let you out. You have to believe that Titus and the others can handle this." Lucius held his father down and urged him anxiously. While the two were arguing, Titus walked in. Lucius happened to see him and asked in surprise, "Titus, why are you back so soon?" "Has the situation in the camp calmed down?" Lucius said and winked at him. Titus was obviously not in the mood to care. He looked tired and worried as he looked at Camillus, who was lying on the couch, and said anxiously, "Sir Dictator, as soon as I heard that you were awake, I came immediately. The messengers from Volci and Tarcona are here. They said that Kesrela and Vai have fallen and asked for their troops to be withdrawn to protect their city-states from being invaded by the Dionia. If it's really as these messengers said that Kesrela and Vai have been occupied by the Dionia, how did they arrive at the camp? Titus, are you sure that they are really the messengers from Volci and Tarcona?" Lucius immediately questioned. "We all know the people who came. Volci's consul Masella and Tarcona's Senator Coda. They took a ship to Audi, then landed and rushed over. According to them, the Dionia warships did not intercept them." Titus replied angrily. As soon as they arrived at the camp, they spread the news of the fall of Kesrela and Vai. The camp, which was already restless, became completely chaotic. Not only did the Etruscan army want to leave, but the colonial soldiers on the north bank of the Tiber River also want to leave. Some of the Latin Alliance's troops also want to leave. Now, Quintus and his troops are blocking the gates of a few camps. The Etruscans are declaring, if we don't let them go, they're going to barge in. There's already a small skirmish between the two sides, which is why I am here to ask for your instructions. This is all a conspiracy by the Dionia. Lucius shouted angrily, "Damn the Etruscans! Damn the Latin city-states! And those civilians of Rome who deserve to be crucified!" At that moment, Camillus had calmed down. He let out a long sigh. The fire in Ostia burned away the hope of the soldiers to fight. Casrella and the fall of Venus has disintegrated our army. The king of Dionia. Sigh! Camillus suddenly stopped talking. He lay there quietly with his eyes slightly closed. "Father! Mr. Dictator!" The two of them shouted worriedly. A moment later, Camillus asked, "Titus, did you ask them, even if the Etruscan army left us, how are they going to return?" Titus immediately replied, "Yes. They said that after they cross the Tiber River upstream, they will immediately head east into the mountains, bypassing Venus. That mountainous area is still under the control of the Etruscans, so it's relatively safe." Camillus nodded slightly, his expression unchanged. He said intermittently, "Judging from the current situation, we can no longer force them to stay. Otherwise, it will only cause a civil war in the camp. No matter who wins or loses, only the Dionia will benefit, and our friendly relations with the Etruscans, the colonial city, and even the Latin alliance will be completely destroyed. In that case, it's better to let them go, Mr. Dictator." Titus said eagerly, "Ever since we returned from Helniki, we have lost nearly 30,000 people in the battle with the Dionia, including the civilians and soldiers who have fled. If we let the Etruscans, the colonial citizens, and the Latin alliance leave, I'm afraid we will have less than 15,000 soldiers left. Not only will we not be able to recapture Rome, but we may also be attacked by the Dionia." "Titus!" Camillus shouted with great effort, then said in a self-reproachful tone, "I made a big mistake. As soon as I heard that Rome had fallen, I couldn't wait to recapture it immediately. That's why the army has suffered so many casualties. That's why we're in such a big predicament. It's all my fault. No, Mr. Dictator, you're not the only one who wants to recapture Rome quickly. It's the urgent hope of all our soldiers." Titus was not just comforting him. What he said was also the truth. Now we all know that it's impossible to recapture Rome quickly. Camillus sighed softly, coughed a few times, and showed a hint of pain. It's already so difficult to attack Ostia. Then, when we really attack Rome, what will happen? Titus and Lucius could not refute that, because it was the truth, so they remained silent. At this time, Camillus opened his eyes. His eyes were sparkling. "Titus, do you remember how we defeated the Celts?" "We attacked the Celts' food collection teams, attacked the looting teams they sent out to attack other villages, and won one victory after another. The Latins, the Etruscans, and the Sabines, who had been poisoned by the Celts, joined us one after another. Our team grew bigger and bigger like a rolling snowball. The Celts, on the other hand, were forced to stay in the city of Rome, not daring to leave the city. In the end, they were too afraid to fight us head-on. They could only choose to retreat, but in the end, we still caught up and defeated them." Camillus's voice gradually became stronger. "That war, I remember, it lasted for more than half a year. Next, to deal with the powerful Dionia, we should adopt the same strategy. Only by persisting in fighting the Dionia for a long time can we finally win." Titus was a little moved, but he also felt a little uneasy. The Dionia are not like the Celts, who only know how to burn, kill, and loot. They are more cunning than the Celts. But the Celts did not have a powerful enemy like Carthage. "Salmone," Camillus replied confidently. Titus was convinced. He immediately said, "I'll convey your message to Quintus and the others immediately." Although Quintus clearly opposed Camillus's decision, the generals of Rome finally reached an agreement. The Etruscan army was allowed to leave, but they had to accompany the colonial soldiers and ensure that they could safely return to their homes. After the army left, the generals generously allowed the Latin army to return to their respective cities. These Latin generals did not leave in a hurry like the Etruscans. Instead, They rushed to the big tent and sincerely expressed to Camillus that as long as he called for them, their cities would be willing to continue fighting alongside Rome and chase away the outsiders. Daionia! Seeing the troops who fought side by side, leaving one after another, it was a huge impact on the Roman soldiers who were still in the camp. They inevitably panicked. The generals put in a lot of effort to barely calm the chaos in the camp. The allied army of about 13,000 soldiers from Etruria and the colonies of Rome marched eastward and arrived at the Tuscan region in the evening. After resting for a night, they arrived at Fidena in the afternoon of the second day. They crossed the Tiber River through the pontoon bridge. Just as they left the river bank and prepared to go east into the mountains, they found that the Daionia army had already lined up in front of them and blocked their way. The panicked allied soldiers had to prepare for a fight to the death. Just as the two armies were about to approach each other, the Etruscan army of Volci and Tarcona suddenly turned their spears and shields and attacked the flanks of the colonial soldiers of Rome. The soldiers of Rome did not expect their allies to suddenly betray them. They were caught off guard and immediately fell into chaos. The Dionysian army took advantage of the situation and attacked from the front. The allied army was quickly defeated, except for a few soldiers who escaped across the Tiber River and hid in the city of Fidena. Most of the soldiers of Rome were captured. The soldiers of other Etruscan cities also surrendered one after another. The Dionysian army almost did not suffer any losses and won a great victory. It turned out that Printos led the mountain reconnaissance brigade to attack the city of Caesarella at night. However, a small number of Caesarella people escaped to the neighboring city of Tarcona during the night. The people of Tarcona turned pale with fright. The Dionians had occupied Luo city in one night, and their formidable military might had struck fear into their hearts. Tarcona, which lacked young and strong citizens, was clearly unable to resist the Dionian army's continued assault. Therefore, Tarcona sent people to the neighboring Etruscan city-state, Walch, while sending messengers to Caesarella to find out what was happening. After Printos captured Caesarella, he immediately sent people back to Rome to report the news of the victory to the Devers. The Devers were overjoyed and immediately sent 2 battalions of Legio, 3 to guard the city of Caesarella. When the messenger of Tarcona arrived at Caesarella, Printos was busy. Not only did he have to quickly stabilize the order in the city, but he also had to deal with the complicated affairs of the port in time. This was because the king of the Devers repeatedly emphasized that other than seizing the ships of Caesarella and Carthage, they were not to plunder or harm the merchant ships of other cities. As for the arrival of the messenger of Tarcona, Printos only told him that if he had any proposals or requests, he could go to Rome to discuss it with His Majesty the King. When the messenger of Tarcona saw that the Daionia general who occupied Caesarella did not speak ill of them or even threaten them with force, he felt a little relieved and really rushed to Rome. Not long after, the messenger of Volci also arrived. The Devers received them very friendly and expressed the kingdom of Dionia's desire to form an alliance with the Etruscan city-states to fight against the people of Rome. Chapter 843. With the precedents set by Caesarella, the 2 envoys did not dare to be perfunctory. Both sides quickly discussed the matter. In the meantime, under the urging of the Devers, the messengers frequently traveled back and forth between Rome, Wolsey, and Tarcona. Both sides quickly drafted a draft of an alliance. The main contents were as follows. First, the kingdom of Daionia would form a military alliance with Tarcona and Wolsey. Second, Tarcona and Wolsey must respond to Dionia's request and provide troops to fight against Dionia's enemies. In return, Daionia must protect the territories of Tarcona and Wolsey. Third, Wolsey and Tarcona must recognize Dionia's legal occupation of Caesarella. Fourth, Daionia must assist Tarcona and Wolsey to recapture Servordum and Cosa and return their territories to their original allies. However, the citizens of Rome and the cities belonged to Daionia, and the soldiers of the allies were not allowed to plunder them. Before the alliance agreement was officially signed, the two Etruscan city-states sent envoys to Rome under the urging of the Devers the next day. That was how they achieved this easy victory. On this day, the sun was shining brightly, and the sky was clear and cloudless. After experiencing the war, killing, chaos, and crying, the people of Rome had a rare look of joy on their faces. They dressed up, brought their wives and daughters, and gathered on both sides of the road from the arena to the square, waiting for the start of the triumphant ceremony. Among these people was Macarius. 3 days ago, when he learned that Venus had fallen, he immediately fled the military camp with many of Venus' soldiers. As the Roman army was busy blocking the departure of the Etruscans and the other colonial cities on the north bank of the Tiber River, most of them managed to escape. Many of them, like Macarius, ran directly to the city of Rome and surrendered to the Daionia. After the Daionia officials verified their identities, the surrendered nobles of Rome would be transported by ship with their families to the south, where the Turiae household registration department would distribute them to various towns in the kingdom. As for the surrendered citizens, they would be asked if they wanted to live in Rome or Venus before they would be settled according to their choice. In fact, they would actively guide the citizens to choose Rome because, after clearing out the nobles of Rome, more than half of Rome was left empty. For Macarius, who had grown up in the city of Rome, of course he was willing to return to Rome. Not only was there a better house, but he could also be allocated more fertile land. In order to restrict Venus, the Senate of Rome had assigned the flat land along the river that originally belonged to Venus to Rome, leaving only the hilly and mountainous areas for the citizens of Rome who had migrated to Venus. Not only did the officials of Daionia help him find his wife and children, but they also told him that His Majesty the Devers had specially promulgated a law for the citizens of Rome who had applied to become citizens of Daionia. When the autumn harvest comes, they can first harvest the crops that originally belonged to them, and then cultivate the new land. The considerate act of the Devers had indeed made all the citizens of Rome who had surrendered to Daionia feel more at ease. While Macarius was busy moving, a piece of news spread throughout the city of Rome. The people of Daionia were going to hold a triumphal ceremony in Rome the next day. This immediately caused a stir among the citizens of Rome. After all, the triumphal ceremony was one of the most sacred ceremonies for the citizens of Rome. It was a ceremony for the citizens of Rome to show off their achievements and glory after defeating the enemy. Therefore, the citizens of Rome, including Macarius, were eager to know, did the people of Daionia know how to hold a triumphal ceremony? What kind of attitude would the people of Daionia take towards the people of Rome during the triumphal ceremony? Because in the past triumphal ceremonies in Rome, the captured enemies would always be escorted and paraded. Therefore, many citizens of Rome gathered by the roadside with complicated expressions on their faces, with many questions in their minds, waiting for the ceremony to begin. Woo! A long horn sounded, followed by a chorus of drums. The impassioned and joyful melody came from the south of the city of Rome. As the people by the roadside listened, they could not help but shake their heads along with the unfamiliar but beautiful melody. Some even praised the music and asked the people around them for the name, but no one knew. After a while, the people in the south of the city were the first to stir. They shouted loudly, "They're here! They're here!" The people by the roadside began to surge forward, but they were stopped by the soldiers of Daionia who were standing by the roadside, holding each other's hands. Macarius picked up his 5-year-old child and tiptoed to look south. He saw a shining golden flag in the middle of the road in the south. It was raised high in the air and was walking towards them. When he got closer, Macarius could clearly see the black flag fluttering high in the air. On it was a silver, double-pronged fork with a golden crown, surrounded by gems and entwined by black hair. At the top of the flag was a majestic statue of a Greek god. This is the military flag of the kingdom of Daionia. Macarius looked up at him. After he returned from Helsinki with the Roman army, he went straight to attack Ostia. He had not even seen what the military flag of Daionia looked like before he surrendered. This time, he looked very carefully because he knew that he would be fighting under the command of this flag in the future. The The citizens of Rome on both sides of the road looked curiously at the soldier who was holding the flag. Although he was not very tall or burly, he was strong and muscular. There were several scars on his face, and he looked quite fierce. Of course, the citizens of Rome did not know that the soldiers who were able to hold the military flag during the triumphal ceremony of Dionia were the most courageous and outstanding soldiers in the war. For a citizen of Dionia, this was the highest honor, and it was also the focus of the citizens of Dionia. After all, there was only one person holding the military flag, and there were several generals riding on the chariots. Not a single citizen of Rome cheered or threw flowers at the soldiers who held the military flag. This might have made Terentius feel a little regretful, but he was still filled with pride because he was the first soldier of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade to hold the military flag during the triumphal ceremony since the establishment of Dionia. He first took the risk to sneak into the waterway under the city of Rome at night and achieved the first meritorious deed. Then, during the night attack on Caesarea City, he was the first to climb up the city wall and cut down 5 or 6 Caesarea soldiers who came to stop him. He bought time for the entire operation, so when it came to selecting the flag bearer for the triumphal ceremony, he was chosen without a doubt. 10 soldiers followed closely behind him, holding 10 flags. As there were too many flags and the road was not wide enough, they were forced to form 2 rows. These flags belonged to the 1st Legion, 2nd Legion, Legio III, Legio IV, 5th Legion, Legio VI, 1st Cavalry Legion, and 2nd Cavalry Legion. This time, there was also the flag of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade. This special force of only 1,000 soldiers played an extremely important role in this war. Of course, there were also many casualties. Of course, the Devers had to give it a lot of commendations to make up for the neglect of the military's honor in the past few years. The one who was holding the flag of the Mountain Ridge Reconnaissance Brigade was the captain of the company, Kerguelen. Although his performance in this battle was not very outstanding as a team officer, he had performed well in previous battles over the past 10 years. There was another flag that was, when the citizens of Rome saw the flag and the soldier holding it, some of them could not help but exclaim, "It's Valerius! It's actually Valerius!" However, most of the citizens of Rome were looking at the only red flag with a complicated expression, just like Mycilius. The soldier holding the flag, Valerius, was still wearing the attire of the Rome Heavy Infantry. As a member of the newly formed Rome Reserve Brigade, he had become the representative of the Rome Reserve Brigade after his heroic performance in the raid on Venus 3 days ago. Of course, his performance was far inferior to the other flag bearers, but the Devers needed the political significance he represented. However, it was obvious that this citizen of Rome had not adapted to such an atmosphere. He was a little timid and did not even nod to the people who knew him. He was not like the other flag bearers who held their heads high and had a proud look on their faces. After the flag bearers, for Dionia priests in white robes appeared in front of Mycilius and the others. They carried a wooden statue of a god and walked solemnly in the procession. Many citizens of Rome asked in whispers, "Who is this Greek god?" Those who knew the situation told them that it was the protector of the kingdom of Dionia, Hades, king of the underworld. Upon hearing this, the voices of the people on the side of the road became a little quieter, because they realized that after joining the kingdom of Dionia, they would inevitably have to deal with this powerful Greek god. After the Dionia priests walked past, another statue of the god appeared in front of Mycilius and the others. "It's the goddess Diana!" someone shouted excitedly. The people of Dionia placed the statue of the goddess Diana, who was widely worshipped by the citizens of Rome, behind their protector, which showed how much importance they attached to the god worshipped by the citizens of Rome. With this, Mycilius and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They even saw the chief priest of the Temple of Diana among the priests carrying the statue. The chief priest had a solemn expression, but his heart was filled with joy. This was because the chief priest of the Temple of Hades, Chaldeas, had already had a secret discussion with him. After Rome joined the kingdom of Dionia, The Temple of Hades would focus on supporting the Temple of Diana as one of the main temples for the citizens of Rome who were already citizens of Dionia. The Temple of Diana would also become a place for citizens of Dionia of other races to worship freely. Chapter 844. Of course, he did not forget to return the favor. For the past few days, he had been leading the priests to preach the benefits of joining the kingdom of Dionia to the people of Rome who came to the Temple of Diana to worship, intentionally or unintentionally, to dispel their confusion and anxiety about the future. Following behind the group of priests was a band. Dozens of musicians were holding brass horns, drums, flutes, lyres, and various other musical instruments. As they marched, they played music. The beautiful melody attracted the attention of the audience on the roadside. Someone could not help but ask curiously in Greek, "What's the name of this music?" "It's called the Victory March," a musician responded loudly. Therefore, the name of the Victory March quickly spread to the people on the roadside. Even the most picky people in Rome had to admit, Dionia is indeed a big country. They have specially made such a beautiful piece of music for the triumphal procession. This melody is very suitable for the triumphal procession. Behind the band, a carriage appeared. It was pulled by 2 horses, but both were variegated horses, because there were not so many black horses in Rome. On the carriage stood a Dionia general in full military uniform. The people of Rome did not know him, and they did not applaud. Of course, such a deserted scene made Amyntas not in the mood to smile and wave to the people on the roadside as usual. He even felt that it was a mistake to hold a triumphal procession in Rome, so he kept a straight face. Behind him were 200 soldiers, selected from the First Legion. They lined up in neat rows and walked at the same pace. Their mighty appearance reminded the people of Rome of the arduous battle they had suffered a few days ago. They silently watched the group of soldiers pass by. Then they were surprised to see another carriage carrying another Dionia general pass by. The people of Rome were suddenly surprised. When the soldiers of the Second Legion passed by and another Dionia general passed by in a carriage, the people of Rome were confused. Wasn't the triumphal procession supposed to give the general the highest honor? But why were there so many generals and carriages during the triumphal procession of Dionia? Moreover, there were no attendants behind the generals holding up laurels for them and whispering in their ears, "You are just a mortal." Was this the most significant difference between the triumphal procession of Dionia and the triumphal procession of Rome? Macarius and the others were deep in thought. Just as the Dionia generals and carriages led groups of Dionia soldiers and passed by Rome in silence, the crowd suddenly burst into exclamations. It turned out that the people of Rome knew the next general who appeared in front of them. It was Sextus of Raventine. How could the people of Rome not be surprised when this young Roman procession appeared in the triumphal procession? Every citizen of Rome dreamed of participating in a triumphal procession, but it was an extravagant hope for the commoners of Rome. On the one hand, it was difficult for them to become the commander-in-chief of the army, and on the other hand, it was impossible for the Senate to approve a triumphal procession for them. But now, Sextus had set a precedent. Although it was a triumphal procession held by the kingdom of Dionia, it gave the commoners hope and made them believe in the promise made by the Devers in the square that day. Of course, the feelings of Macarius and the others were more complicated. Sextus is a traitor. He became a hero of Dionia by slaughtering his fellow Rome citizens. Isn't he afraid of Jupiter's punishment? A commoner of Rome, who is also from Vaea, cursed. Just as he finished speaking, another commoner beside him defended loudly, "You should thank Sextus. He led the army to attack Vaea and maintain the military discipline of the soldiers. He didn't loot and kill in the city. Not many people died in Vaea, so you can still see your loved ones when you come back. Think about it. If the people of Dionia had attacked Vaea, I'm afraid the situation wouldn't have been any better than when we attacked Ostia. You can only cry now." Macarius had to admit this point, but he couldn't help retorting, "Has Sextus ever served as a consul or military officer?" Has he ever commanded an army to achieve a great victory with more than 5,000 soldiers? Has he ever made the entire army cheer for him because of the victory? What right does Sextus have to ride in a carriage during a triumphal procession? What you said is really funny. My friend, look carefully. This is the triumphal procession of the kingdom of Dionia, not the triumphal procession of Rome. Why should it be carried out according to the original rules of Rome? Sextus is the hero of Raventine, the hero of the commoners of Rome. He deserves this honor. The words of the man who might have been Sextus' neighbor resonated with many of the commoners. They spoke up to defend Sextus and the Roman soldiers behind him, accusing Macarius and the others of being jealous. There were many commoners in Rome, so the people from Via did not dare to refute. Macarius subconsciously hugged his son tightly, but he heard his son point at Sextus on the carriage and say loudly, "Father, I want to see you on the carriage too." Macarius was excited for a moment. He admitted that he had been a little jealous before. Sextus had become the protagonist of a triumphal procession at such a young age, while he was almost 30 years old and had yet to achieve anything. It was inevitable that his emotions would be a little unbalanced. But now that he had joined the kingdom of Dionia, the situation might be different in the future. We are both commoners, but if Sextus can do it, why can't I? Thinking of this, he pinched his son's foot and said confidently, "Son, you will see that day." At this moment, it was unknown how many commoners of Rome had secretly made up their minds, like Macarius. A unique scene appeared on this triumphal procession. When the other Dionia generals and their troops passed by, both sides of the road were silent. Sextus and the 200 commoners of Rome were surrounded by cheers, as if this triumphal procession was specially organized for them. Although Sextus was more mature than his peers, he could not help but be in high spirits on such an occasion. He frequently waved to his compatriots by the side of the field. When his carriage passed under the triumphal arch, he looked up at the white arch, which was mottled with age. He was a little dazed, and he suddenly felt a little worried. He was afraid that this was just a dream. When Sextus entered the square of Rome, the cheers were even more deafening. Countless people of Rome waved their arms excitedly and shouted the names of their loved ones. The interaction on and off the field was extremely lively. Not only did the Devers invite most of the families of the Rome's reserve troops to the square, but they also invited the transport personnel from the engineering and medical camps, and personnel from the various chambers of commerce who had come to Rome with the Dionia army to the square as spectators. This was also an honor for them, because most of them would not be able to enter the Victory Square during a triumphal procession in Turiae. Therefore, the cheers here were not only for the soldiers of Rome's reserve troops, but also for the soldiers of Dionia who finally felt the glory of the triumphal procession. All of them had smiles on their faces. Of course, for them, the greater glory was the recognition from the king of the Devers on the platform in front of them. Under the watchful eyes of the soldiers, the Devers, who stood on the platform in front of the Senate, looked at the flag-bearer of the Dionia army walking forward with a smile on his face. He joked, "Tarentus, you have raised the standard of the selection of flag-bearers for the triumphal procession to a higher level." This was a tactful compliment from the Devers to Tarentus. However, when he heard it, he was not humble at all. He said naively, "Your Majesty, I can still do better." The Devers immediately smiled and said, "Good. This is what an excellent soldier of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade should say." After he finished speaking, he personally helped Tarentus with a 3-headed dog gold medal. He then grabbed Tarentus' hand and raised it high in front of the soldiers below the platform. The soldiers of Dionia were cheering loudly. The soldiers of Rome were also shouting loudly. They were not completely following the crowd. When they saw this scene that was completely different from the triumphal procession in Rome, they realized that the triumphal procession in Dionia was not only related to the commander of the army. Ordinary soldiers like them could also obtain great glory through their own efforts. The Devers then helped the other flag-bearers with a medal. When it was the turn of the soldier of Rome, Valerius, the Devers specially explained to him the origin of the three-headed dog on the medal in a pleasant manner. After listening to the interpreter's translation, Valerius fondled the silver medal on his chest fondly. This peasant of Rome, who was already in his 30s but had yet to marry a wife due to his poverty, stuttered and asked, This thing is worth how much land?" After listening to the translation, the Devers laughed and said, "This medal is your glory. Keep it well. Becoming a flag-bearer in the triumphal procession will at least give you 3 acres of land after this war. Make more achievements, and the land you will own in the future will only increase." Valerius' eyes lit up when he heard this. Facing the commander of the First Legion, Amyntas, the Devers said in a deep voice, "Thank you for your hard work." Amyntas took the silver scepter and said softly with mixed feelings, "Thank you, your majesty." Originally, he had defeated the Roman army outside Ostia, ensured the landing of the army, resisted the attack of the Roman army on Ostia, and defeated the allied army of Rome at the upper reaches of the Tiber River. These achievements seemed to make him the real protagonist of this triumphal procession. He once heard that the Devers had made this proposal at the preparation meeting for the triumphal procession, but it was opposed by a group of young staff officers from the Ministry of Military Affairs, and in the end it became like this. Amyntas knew very well that they were right. According to the military law, only a commander who commanded the army independently and won a great victory could sit on a carriage pulled by 4 horses on the triumphal procession, suppress all the other generals, and obtain the highest honor. The real commander of this war was the king of the Devers. His victories were all due to the planning of the Devers, but he still had some unwillingness in his heart. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 845. The Devers thanked the commanders on the stage one by one. When it was the Legio for Commander Oliver's turn, he looked down at the silver scepter that had a different shape and length than before. He even joked, "Your Majesty, since the drought, our treasury has been tight. I was worried that we wouldn't be able to receive any rewards during the triumph parade." The Devers replied seriously, "Rome has enough gold and silver, and there are also good craftsmen. Of course, since you care so much about the treasury, you can donate it to the finance department." "The finance department wouldn't care about such a small piece of silver," Oliver said with a smile, but he held the scepter tightly in his hand. Sextus stood on the stage with the commanders, listening to the thunderous cheers of the soldiers and the people below the stage. He was both excited and nervous. The Devers came in front of him and said with a serious smile, "Sextus, thank you for your contribution to the kingdom of Daionia. I am very pleased that the kingdom has such an excellent citizen like you." The Devers said as he handed the silver scepter to him, "Thank you, your Majesty." Sextus expressed his gratitude excitedly, then took the scepter carefully. He looked at it again and again, not wanting to put it down. "I look forward to the day when the triumph parade is held for you." The Devers encouraged him again. Divers words, and this scene made Sextus very proud. Learning from the other commanders, he put his feet together, held the scepter in his right hand, and struck the left side of his chest forcefully, performing a standard Dionysian military salute. "Your Majesty." The last commander on the stage rushed to give a military salute to the Devers first. When the Devers saw him, there was a hint of apology on his face. "Why, Zam, this scepter should have been given to you a long time ago." Why Zam was straightforward. "As long as your Majesty can often think of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade in the future, you can forget about the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade." The Devers laughed and handed the scepter to him. Why Zam waved his scepter in the direction of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade. Seeing the soldiers cheer, he said to the Devers, "This glory belongs to the entire Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade. However, I think Printos is more suitable to sit in the carriage than I am." Devers said lightly, "I remember Printos's achievements. You don't have to worry about him anymore." After the generals and soldiers on the platform received the cheers from the square, Devers walked to the front of the stage. Half of the 20 voice transmissions behind him were Latin people who were proficient in Greek. The Devers shouted, whether it's the soldiers of the Dionia Tank Legion or the soldiers of Rome who have just joined Dionia, it's because of your heroic battles that we've won victory after victory that we can hold today's triumphant ceremony. The kingdom thanks you, brave citizens of Dionia. Victory! 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 The square was filled with continuous cheers. We've traveled a long way to Ladin to fight, mainly to make this place like the other parts of Dionia, where every citizen can own land, every citizen can enjoy equal rights, and every citizen can live a good life with their families. In order to achieve this goal, you've made a great sacrifice, and this war is far from over. There will be more sacrifices in the future. Citizens of Dionia, will you be afraid? Will you back down? No. 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 The Devers nodded and shouted with passion, as long as we work together and are not afraid of challenges, any enemy will be crushed by us. Rome will become a peaceful and prosperous place, like southern Italy. By then, your achievements will be engraved on stone tablets and written into history books for the people to admire. And you will also receive the most generous rewards of the kingdom. At this point, the Devers could not help but shout, "Victory, warriors of Dionia!" The excited soldiers immediately responded with continuous cheers, including many civilian soldiers of Rome. "Long live the kingdom of Dionia!" Devers, "Long live his majesty the king!" The cheers echoed in the city of Rome, overshadowing the families of the nobles. It also made Stolo, who was standing in front of the window with his walking stick and looking at the square with a solemn expression. At this moment, his wife, Cornea, came over and hugged him tightly. Sensing her trembling, Stolo knew that his wife was afraid. These days, she had been worried that she would end up like the other male nobles in Rome. They would be escorted to some strange place by the Dionia soldiers, leaving her alone in this hostile city. It was not only his wife who thought so. Even Stolo himself had once thought that he would be captured by the Dionia soldiers and sent to another place. After the assassination in the temple, some people who resisted Dionia were arrested one after another. As one of the masterminds, he thought that he would suffer the same fate. Although the patrols of the street where he lived had increased, no one had ever broken into his house. Stolo became cautious and stopped interacting with others. At the same time, he had been thinking, why is this happening? Of course, he did not know that the Devers were interested in and respected him because he was a well-known historical figure. He thought that the people of Dionia must have known about his special background and were waiting for him to surrender like the other civilians of Rome. But he would not surrender because his father-in-law was still defending the Capitoline Mountain. His father was fighting outside the city of Rome. If he surrendered, what would happen to his family? Stolo, there have been rumors in the city for the past few days that our army has been defeated. Is this true? Cornea asked with a trembling voice. Stolo regained his senses and immediately comforted her. That's a 70,000-strong army, much more than the Dionia army. Moreover, they are led by the dictator Camillus himself. Even if there were 1 or 2 defeats, it would not affect the entire army too much. This is just a rumor to shake our confidence and make us surrender. But Cornea was still worried. The rumors of Way Ai and Casrella being occupied should be true. I have seen many villains passing by the door these past 2 days. Even if Way Ai and Casrella are really occupied by the people of Dionia, there is nothing to worry about. Stolo continued to comfort his wife. The Celts had occupied more towns, but in the end, they were still defeated by us. As long as our army is still here, and Lord Camillus is still here, we can definitely, finally drive away the people of Dionia. At this point, Stolo quickly changed the topic. What are we having for lunch today? I'm a little hungry. Since the barns and cellars at home were plundered by the damn people of Dionia, what else can there be to eat? Every day, we are given a little flour and a few dry fruits, according to the number of people. Cornea said loudly, Her resentment towards the people of Dionia was clear in her words. By the way, the people of Dionia did send a few river fishes here in the wee hours of the morning. Finally, there is some meat, but the smell of the river fishes is too strong. We can't eat it if it's not cooked properly. I have to go to the kitchen to inform the servants. Cornea finished speaking and hurried out of the room. Stolo's face became heavy again as he stared out of the window. The triumphal parade had ended. The people of Rome who had dispersed from the square were returning to their new homes in groups. Mount Sirio was the area where most of the people were settled in Rome. The people were discussing the triumphal parade that they had just watched. Their voices were so loud that even Stolo, who lived on the mountainside, could hear them clearly. Whether it was discussing the difference between the two triumphal parades, lamenting that Sextus and Valerius were one of the protagonists of the triumphal parade, or discussing the speech of the king of Dionia during the triumphal parade, Stolo could hear the same emotions and excitement in the people's words. Compared to the occupation of Rome and the defeat of the army, what worried him the most was that the people of Rome were acknowledging the kingdom of Dionia. Turn Rome into a fair, wealthy, and peaceful city, Stolo murmured. This was his ambition since he became an adult, but he knew how difficult it was to achieve this goal. Now, the enemies of Rome were using this to win the recognition of the people of Rome. This was something that the barbaric Celts would never have thought of. Dear senators, do you know that what you have been trying to prevent is now a sharp weapon piercing your chest? Stolo looked at the silhouette of Capitoline Hill in the distance in the southeast and punched the windowsill in frustration. At this time, the senators of Rome and Stolo were looking at the square of Rome from Capitoline Hill, as Capitoline Hill was the highest in the city and not too far from the square of Rome. They could see it more clearly. They could even vaguely see the priests, statues, bands, generals and carriages and marching soldiers, although they could not hear anything. The senators of Rome who knew the kingdom of Dionia better knew what the people of Dionia were doing. They were holding a triumphal parade in Rome. What made them even angrier was that among the soldiers who participated in the triumphal parade, there was a general wearing Roman armor and many Roman soldiers. At the end of the parade, they could even hear the shouts in Latin. So before the triumphal parade in the square ended, many of the senators had quietly left the top of the cliff. The only thing that the senators were glad about was that, a few days ago, they had sent soldiers to block off the area where they could see the square of Rome the clearest and forbade anyone from entering. Chapter 846. Why? The reason was simple. The people of Rome, led by the senators and nobles of Rome, retreated to the Capitoline Hill. Although the Dionysian army only blockaded the hill and did not attack, they often sent people up the hill to shout, such as, "The army of your expedition to Helsinki attacked the city of Rome and was repelled. Casrella and Veii have been captured." The army of Rome, led by Camillus, was defeated in Ostia. At first, only a few Latins were shouting, but later, many Rome civilians that the people on the hill were familiar with joined the group. They would add some other content to their shouts, such as, "We have lived in the comfortable houses that originally belonged to you. We have owned the land that originally belonged to you." Although the senators repeatedly avoided it, these are all lies, a trick of the people of Dionia to create chaos among us. However, when the people on the hill heard the shouts from the foot of the hill, and during the day they could see many people dressed in Rome's civilian costumes, talking to the soldiers of Dionia in black helmets and black armor in a seemingly cordial manner, and then leaving one by one with big and small bags. In fact, the civilians of Rome were applying to become citizens of Dionia, and they were going to the square to receive their ration of food every day. It was inevitable that they would be suspicious. Coupled with the predicament on the hill, there was some confusion. Therefore, the senators finally ordered the blockade of the cliff where they could clearly see the square. In the dimly lit rear hall of the Temple of Jupiter, hundreds of senators of Rome who had just looked at the triumphant square from the top of the cliff sat around solemnly. The atmosphere was a little depressing. Cough, cough. Potatus's cough was particularly clear in this silent space, attracting everyone's attention. However, he was really just coughing because he was weak, and he did not want to be the first to speak. After a while, Ambustos, who had been temporarily appointed by the Senate, broke the silence. Elders and newcomers, I want to remind you that although the people can't see the situation in the square today, they can hear the shouts in the square. I think this will cause a lot of trouble for them, so I hope everyone will take care of their families and customers when they go back. Scipio, you also have to be vigilant and let the soldiers pay attention to maintaining order. I've sent more soldiers. Don't worry, Scipio the Great replied. Hey! Apuleius suddenly shouted. Seeing that everyone was looking at him in astonishment, he stood up and shouted, We have been on the mountain for almost 10 days. 10 days. Why don't we see our army attacking the city? Is it really as the Dionia said? Camillus's army has been defeated by the Ionians. Many elders trembled unconsciously when they heard this. This was the question they were most afraid to mention. Cough, cough. There are 70,000 troops outside the city, and Camillus is the commander. There are so many Latin allies and colonial cities supporting them. How could they have suffered a crushing defeat? Potitus tried to comfort everyone. Since they came up the mountain, in order to unite against the enemy, Apuleius had been warned by Marugenins. Don't randomly attack the dictator in the face of danger and cause unnecessary panic. However, the long-term pressure finally made Apuleius burst out again. If Camillus's army did not fail, then where are they? Could it be that they have escaped? Marugenins immediately shouted, Don't talk nonsense. Don't believe the rumor that our army was defeated in Ostia. However, this rumor also tells us that Camillus may be leading the army to attack Ostia. The elders with rich war experience, led by Potitus Marugenins and Scipio the Great, certainly made reasonable speculations about the reason why Camillus had not attacked the city for a long time. Many of the elders had accepted this explanation. However, at this moment, Apuleius still did not let it go. Why attack Ostia instead of directly attacking Rome? Could it be that Camillus is muddle-headed and thinks that we, the people of Rome, live in the small city of Ostia? The city of Rome has high and thick walls and is heavily guarded. It is not as easy to attack as Ostia. Camillus probably wants to attack Ostia to consume the forces of Dionia, lock them in the interior, and force them to fight outside the city, or choose to stop the war. Apuleius, I have already explained these words once yesterday. Don't make me say it again. Marugenins' sharp eyes looked straight at Apuleius. The person that he supported suddenly became a little disobedient, which made his eyes filled with anger. Apuleius tactfully stopped talking. However, someone raised a doubt. Camillus's attack on Ostia may be the right strategy, but we all heard what the enemy said. Venus and Casrella have been captured by them. Yesterday they also said Sir Wertheim and Cosa have also surrendered to them, and even our ally, the Etruscans, have formed an alliance with them. If these are all true, even if we recapture Ostia, I'm afraid it will not be of much use. These words immediately caused the elders to whisper among themselves. When Marugenins saw that the person who spoke was Lucretius, he secretly hated the old man for bringing up a topic that everyone was very worried about. Did he lose his mind? However, for an old man who had been in the Senate for decades, he still had some scruples, so he perfunctorily said, I said that these are all lies of the enemy. We don't have to believe them. Why don't we send someone down the mountain to investigate, just like Pantius in the past? If we can confirm that these are all lies of the enemy, we and the people will be relieved. Marugenins finally could not stand it anymore and said angrily, Lucretius, apart from worshipping Jupiter every day, all you do is sleep. Have you seriously participated in any meetings or any affairs? Scipio, tell him, what have we done? So far, we have sent 5 warriors down the mountain to investigate, but so far we have not seen them return, Scipio said solemnly. Scipio solemnly said, when the Celts occupied Rome, their discipline was lax, and the blockade of the Capitoline mountain was not tight. As for the Dionians, you can see from the camp they built at the foot of the mountain that it is very difficult to sneak in. Well, as the dictator of Rome, Camillus will do his best to repel the Dionia, just like he defeated the Celts in the past. In order to avoid Lucretius from being too embarrassed and causing a quarrel, Ambutus interrupted. Let's focus on the important issues that concern us first. We only have enough food for 20 days. If Camillus cannot recapture Rome in 20 days, we will starve. There is also drinking water, although there is a small spring on the mountainside not far from the Temple of Juno. It is not enough for more than 5,000 people to drink. Fortunately, the rainy season has just passed, and it has rained several times in the past 10 days. There is still a lot of water stored in the temples. However, if there is no rain for 5 or 6 days in a row, it will be very difficult for everyone to drink enough water. Also, there is the disease. We rushed up the mountain and did not bring many herbs. The people are crowded on the mountain. They can't eat well, sleep well, and are in a bad mood. Some people are sick, and they can't get good treatment. They can't recover. Ambutus' words made the senators look even more worried. Sigh. Potitus sighed. When the Celts invaded, we only had a few hundred people when we retreated here. Now the number of people is more than 10 times that. Naturally, we have to consume a lot more resources. Are we going to drive too many people down Capitoline Mountain? A senator asked anxiously. His words caused an uproar in the temple. Ambutus hurriedly said, We don't need to do that. What I mean is, we have to strictly control the consumption of food and water and prevent the outbreak of the disease so that we can hold on the mountain for a longer time. We have to hold on until Camillus leads the soldiers to repel the Dionia and recapture Rome. Before the senators could start discussing, someone stood up from the crowd and said loudly, Elders and newcomers, I have doubts about whether Camillus can recapture Rome. You saw the Dionia's triumphant return just now. So many people in Rome joined in their triumphant celebration. What does this mean? The people of Rome are betraying us and supporting the invading Dionia. With the support of those people, the Dionia will have more soldiers to defend Rome. The army led by Camillus can still. Nonsense. Maruginans shouted and glared at the person who spoke. Apuleius, are you crazy? Apuleius also threw caution to the wind. I'm not crazy. My mind is very clear. You are also very clear, but you are all running away. When Rome fell, so many people were trapped in the city. In the first few days, we could still see and hear the sound of fighting in the city from the mountain. There were even fires and thick smoke. But now, we haven't heard the sound of fighting for many days. Instead, the square is getting more and more lively. I'm afraid the Dionia have guards. Guards! Take him away and lock him up. Maruki roared in exasperation. Scipio the Great hesitated for a moment. After all, it was against the rules of the Senate. But when he saw Potitus, Ambutus, Lucretius, and many other respected senators nodding, he immediately called the guards. Chapter 847. Apuleius was carried out by the guards, and he kept struggling and shouting, Everyone, stop lying to yourself. Rome is finished. This is all Camillus' fault. Jupiter above, save Rome. This is all Camillus' fault. After Apuleius was taken out, there was silence in the shrine. Some people clenched their clothes tightly with fear hidden in their eyes. Some people looked down at the ground to hide their reddened eyes. Potitus and Maruginans looked at each other, and a sense of powerlessness surged in their hearts. But he suppressed this negative emotion and said softly, Ambustus, please continue your discussion just now. After the triumphant ceremony, the Devers prepared to hold a military meeting to discuss the next step of the army's attack plan. But before the meeting, he first met with a person. Sit down, Publius. Yes, your majesty. Publius' attitude was respectful and fluent. Publius was not one of the senators on Capitoline Hill. These days he had witnessed the surrender of the civilians in Rome, and a large number of civilians and soldiers fled back. He also learned from Ai and the emissaries of the Etruscan city-states that Ai and Caesrella had indeed been captured by Dionia, and several Etruscan city-states had allied with Dionia. Then, Cerwerth and Cosa had successively surrendered. He even learned that the Roman army that had fought in Ostia had finally been disbanded. As the patriarch of a large Rome clan, he had keenly realized that the Dionia had gained a foothold in the Latin region, and it would be difficult for Camillus and the others to recapture Rome. Emotionally, although this made him a little depressed, it was good news for the Manlius clan, who had been forced to join the Dionia side. Therefore, at this moment, in the eyes of the Devers, Publius sat very obediently and put on a respectful and listening posture. More or less grasping Publius' mentality at this time, the Devers smiled slightly in his heart and said, "I heard from the governor of Rome, assists, that during this time you have actively assisted the city hall, making Dionia's governance of Rome more targeted, more efficient, and smoother." "Lord assists flatters me. I just gave some suggestions. After all, I know Rome better," Publius said modestly. The Devers looked at him and suddenly said straightforwardly, "As the patriarch of the Manlius clan and the senator of Rome, I think your understanding of this region and your ability to deal with government affairs are far better than Valser's. However, he is now the adjutant of the governor of Rome, while you are idle. Do you feel indignant?" Publius' heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, my family and I are only your captives. We are already very grateful to be able to obtain your forgiveness. How would we dare to hope for anything else? You have joined the kingdom of Dionia and are becoming a citizen of Dionia. I think with your shrewdness, you should have learned about the political system of Dionia these days." The Devers tapped the table with his hand, looked at him and said, "The Senate of Dionia gathers the elites of various cities and races in Dionia. They can not only assist me in formulating the laws and decisions of the entire kingdom in the Senate, but also serve as the highest executive of a city or even a region, managing the administrative affairs of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people on their own. While they are doing their best to contribute to the kingdom, they are also doing their best to protect the rights and interests of the region and race where they were born. For a city as large as Rome to be incorporated into the kingdom, of course, there needs to be elites who can represent the people of Rome to enter the Senate and advocate for their rights. Your Majesty." Publius was tempted. He knew that the reason why the Devers said this to him was because they had expectations of him, so he boldly asked, "How can I become a senator of Dionia?" "First of all, put down your arrogance as a noble of Rome. No matter what kind of administrative position you take, try your best to serve the civilians in the city and win their recognition. I think with the foundation laid by Marcus, it will be easy for you to achieve this." The Devers said seriously, "Secondly, you have to make enough contributions to the kingdom to gain the recognition of the senators of Dionia, so that when you are recommended, you will not be opposed by most of the senators." After listening, Publius immediately took the initiative to say, "Your Majesty, please order whatever you want me to do. I will do my best to complete it." Sure enough, he is a smart man. The Devers met the other party's eager gaze and said in a deep voice, "Now there is a very important thing that you need to do as soon as possible. The city-state of Etruria has allied with us, and the colonies of Rome in the north have been completely cleared. Our north is safe. Although the army led by Camillus has been disbanded, he still has a considerable number of soldiers and the support of the Latin alliance. I do not intend to fight them head-on for the time being. I need to send an envoy to the various Latin city-states in the south while the Rome army is still resting in Saturnicum in the southwest. I need to try my best to persuade them to leave the Latin alliance, cut off their ties with Rome, and form an alliance with the kingdom, so as to further weaken the power of Rome's remaining army." It was not that the Devers had not sent envoys before, but the effect was not good. The Latin city-states were still full of distrust of outsiders from Dionia, just like the previous Etrurian city-states. Therefore, the Devers looked for Publius. Over the years, Rome had maintained a strong position in the Latin region, and the Latin city-states looked up to it. The higher-ups often had dealings with these large clans in Rome, and some even became relatives. Publius calculated in his mind and asked, "What are the conditions for negotiation?" It seemed like there was a chance. The Devers pretended to ponder for a moment before replying. "The treaty of alliance between us and the city-states of Etruria can be used as an example. Herney, show the contents of the treaty of alliance to Publius later." "Yes, your majesty." Henneborus, who was at the side, immediately responded, "Your majesty, I am willing to go to the Latin city-state in the south." Publius no longer hesitated. "Very good." The Devers smiled. "With you as the envoy, I believe that the negotiations with the Latin city-state will be much smoother. Let's set off tomorrow. If there is anything that needs to be prepared before the mission, you can tell Henneborus and let him help you solve it." Henneborus immediately nodded at Publius in greeting. Publius also hurriedly gave Henneborus a friendly smile. "There is one more thing." The Devers continued, "When we first entered Rome, some remnants of the Roman aristocracy occupied Capitoline Mountain. We have not attacked them until now, mainly because we were busy stabilizing the order in the city and at the same time taking care of the mood of the people in the city. In fact, the main reason was that the Devers wanted to leave the enemies on Capitoline Mountain to attract Camillus's army to attack Rome by force. In the end, Camillus did not fall for it, and his army was eventually disintegrated. The remnants retreated to Saturnicum to rest and reorganize. Looking at the situation, they will not be able to threaten Rome in a short time. Now that the city of Rome has stabilized, seizing the Capitoline Mountain will save us a lot of manpower and help us manage the city better. In fact, it is not because our Daionia army cannot attack. Capitoline Mountain is densely populated. I only need to order the soldiers to continuously throw burning tar cans at the top of the mountain with ballistas, and we can cause countless deaths and injuries." The Devers spoke in a flat tone, but it made Publius' hair stand on end. He had seen the terrible scene of the ballistas attacking the city on the west wall before, so he did not doubt its power. He was hesitating whether to dissuade the Devers. However, he heard the Devers sigh and say in a compassionate tone, "I heard that there are many women and children on the mountain, and there are many temples. Therefore, this is the last resort. I am going to send an envoy up the mountain to persuade them to surrender." As the Devers said this, his eyes looked at Publius. Publius hesitated for a moment and asked boldly, "Your Majesty, if these people on the mountain surrender, what should we do with them?" The Devers knew what he was worried about, because when Daionia captured the Rome nobles, they mainly imprisoned them, escorted them away from Rome, and made them slaves. If they followed this method, it would be impossible to make the Rome people on the mountain surrender, because most of them were Rome senators and nobles. The Devers smiled, tapped the back of the chair with his fingers, and said, "I can assure you that as long as they are willing to surrender and become citizens of Daionia, although they will be sent away from Rome, they will no longer be degraded to slaves. Instead, they will be scattered and placed in other territories of Daionia, enjoying the same rights as other citizens of the kingdom." Publius was lost in thought. He was still a little hesitant. At this time, the Devers said, "If you become a senator of Daionia, your immediate family will be allowed to stay in Rome. Think about it. This may be the only Rome family that will be allowed to stay here." Publius was tempted again. "Your Majesty, can you allow me to persuade them to surrender after I go to Latin City?" Publius said this with consideration. He knew that these senators and nobles on Capitoline Mountain were the most determined group of people to resist. They would not surrender easily. Letting them stay on the mountain for a few more days might reduce the difficulty of persuading them. "Of course," the Devers promised and said happily, "You have boldly taken on these two important matters, which makes me feel a lot more relaxed. Next, let's have a casual chat. You were once a senator of Rome and grew up here. Can you tell me in detail what you think of the city-states and forces around Rome?" Chapter 848. After summoning Publius, the Devers immediately held a military conference. After discussing with the generals, they decided on a strategy to attack the Latin region, which was to attack from the east, then the west, and combine attack with negotiation. Philippi was located on the upper reaches of the Tiber River, only about 13 miles away from Rome. However, it was a town built by the Etruscans. Although it was not large, it spanned across both sides of the Tiber River. During the gradual rise of Rome, it was the main bridge for the Etruscans to set foot on the south bank of the Tiber River. In particular, Venus was very close to Philippi, and it was used to invade Rome many times. For this reason, for decades, the people of Rome and Venus repeatedly fought over this small city. In the end, the people of Rome turned Philippi into its colony and made it the forward base for Rome to attack Venus. Since then, Venus gradually fell into a defensive position and was finally occupied by Rome. Since Philippi became a colony of Rome because it was too close to Rome, most of its fertile land along the river was given to Rome, causing the population of this small city to be even smaller than before. When Rome was captured by the people of Rome living in Philippi were terrified. However, for several days, there was no movement in Rome. Coupled with the return of Camillus with his army, the people of Philippi breathed a sigh of relief. However, soon the army of Rome moved west, and not long after, Venus suddenly fell. This caused the people of Philippi to panic again. A few days later, the allied forces of the Etruscan Rome colony arrived. This included the citizens of Philippi who had been conscripted. Just when the people heaved a sigh of relief, the allied forces that crossed the river suffered a crushing defeat. The people of Fydonia witnessed a large group of Daionia cavalry chasing the fleeing Roman soldiers along the river bank. Many of them knelt down and surrendered, while some jumped directly into the Tiber River and were swallowed by the river in the blink of an eye. Although the victorious Dionysian army did not take advantage of the situation to attack Fydonia, and peace was restored in the following days, the people of Fydonia, who were frightened by the tragedy that day, no longer believed that they were safe. Many people urged them to flee to the Latin alliance in the south, or head west to find Camillus. However, it was difficult to leave one's homeland. The whole city debated for several days, but still couldn't come to a decision. Early in the morning, the sleepy sentries of Fydonia climbed up the city wall. They were shocked when they saw a cloud of dust in the distance, and a huge crowd was surging towards Fydonia. The enemy is here! The Daionia army is here! Alarms were ringing in the city, and the people were panicking. On the second morning after the military meeting, the Devers sent out an army to attack Fydonia. Most of the Legio III and the Rome Reserve Army moved east along the north bank of the Tiber River. The Second Legion, Legio VI, the Lucania Reserve Army, the Mountain Reconnaissance Army, the 1st Cavalry Legion, and a 500-man engineering team moved east along the south bank of the Tiber River. A total of more than 30,000 people attacked Fydonia from the south and the north. The reason why Divers used such a huge army to attack a small city with less than 1,000 soldiers was because he did not care if he was using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. He hoped to use a swift and violent attack to defeat more enemies in a short period of time, intimidate Latin City, and create a more favorable situation for himself. In order to stabilize the order in the city of Rome, the Devers did not lead the army personally, but appointed a temporary commander-in-chief. However, to the surprise of the generals, the candidate was Printos, the staff officer of the Ministry of Military Affairs. When announcing the candidate, because the 1st Legion did not participate in the battle, the Legio III commander Lazaro had a good relationship with Printos. Only the commander of the 2nd Legion, Martones, objected. Printos has never personally commanded an army in battle. He has no experience as a commander. However, under the Devers' insistence, Martones, who was used to obeying the Devers' orders, had no choice but to reluctantly accept it. With 30,000 people attacking a small city with less than 1,000 soldiers, and the location of the small city was flat, It seemed that it would be easy to capture it. However, that was not the case. For decades, as a strategic point of contention between Rome and Venus, Philippi had evolved into a small military fortress. The city walls were tall and thick, and there was a moat. It was easy to defend, but not easy to attack. According to the attack plan, the expedition had to take the city as soon as possible, and they could not afford to be in a stalemate for a long time. In order to repay the trust of the Devers and prove himself, Printos carefully studied the situation of Philippi and the surrounding terrain. He decided to adopt a similar tactic to the one used by the Devers to capture the city of Rome. He asked the engineering team to modify a number of pack wagons to carry 5 fast ships, with many pack beasts and a large number of laborers in charge of transporting them. By land, they avoided the attention of the defenders, bypassed Philippi, and arrived at the low land on the upper bank of the Tiber River. In the face of the Dionia's persuasion to surrender, the people of Philippi neither agreed nor objected. They only said that they would consider it. How could Printos allow them to delay? He immediately gave the order to attack the city. Under the order, the army of Dionia launched a strong attack on Philippi from the south and north. While the defenders of Philippi were resisting the Dionia's attack, more than 200 fully armed scouts rowed 5 fast ships and rushed down from the upper river. When they passed by Philippi, they were stopped by a pontoon bridge that spanned across the river. They almost broke the pontoon bridge. The Tiber River to the east of Philippi was rapid. Not only was it impossible to swim, but it was also very difficult to drive a raft. In addition, the towns along the river to the east of Philippi, except for Crustumerium, which was a colonial city of Rome, were all the territories of the Sabines. This mountainous race had never seen the sea, nor did they know how to build ships. In fact, most of their people did not even know how to swim. Therefore, the Phaedonians had never encountered an attack from the upper reaches of the Tiber River. However, they had never dreamed that the Dionians would have the whimsical idea of spending a huge amount of manpower to transport ships from the land to the upper reaches of the Tiber River. When the scouts climbed up the pontoon bridge and began to attack the southern city of Philippi, the panicked Philippi squeezed out less than 100 soldiers from the top of the city wall and rushed to the bridge to stop them. When they arrived, some of the scouts had already set foot on the land in the southern city. They immediately launched a fierce attack on the Philippi soldiers who had rushed over, causing chaos among the Philippi soldiers who were trying to get into formation. In the chaotic battle, how could the citizens of Philippi be a match for the scouts who had gone through years of arduous training? Not long after they were defeated, the southern city was breached. Soon, the isolated north city surrendered as well. It was only in the afternoon when the Dionysian army occupied the entire city of Philippi. From the beginning to the end of the attack, it had only lasted less than 4 hours. Printos's commanding ability had initially gained the recognition of the generals and soldiers. The Dionysian army had previously occupied Rome. Now that they had the passage to the upper river, they had completely cut off the communication between the people of Rome and the north bank of the Tiber River. After resting for a day in Philippi, the Dionysian army moved east again the next day. Their goal was Crustumerium, the last colonial city in the eastern part of Rome. Crustumerium was originally a town established by the Sabines. However, its complicated relationship with Rome had been established not long after Rome was founded. It was said that after Romulus established Rome, most of his followers were single men, which caused a lot of trouble. In order to solve their marriage problems and allow these energetic men to settle in Rome with peace of mind, Romulus thought of a way. He announced to the public that he would hold a celebration for the festival of the sea goddess and invited the surrounding forces to participate. Some of the Sabine tribesmen believed it and brought their wives and daughters to Rome. In the end, Romulus and his followers took away all the women of the Sabine tribesmen. Half a year later, the Sabine tribesmen who had lost their loved ones gathered their troops to attack Rome. Just as the two sides were about to engage in a decisive battle, the Sabine women who had become the wives of the people of Rome appeared. They knelt down and begged for a truce. Under the influence of kinship, the two sides reached a reconciliation. Romulus even invited the Sabine tribesmen to migrate to Rome, and the two sides became one. The town where the Sabine tribesmen lived was Crustumerium. Regardless of whether the legend heard from the people of Rome was true or not, it was a fact that Crustumerium had been a colony of Rome during the reign of Rome. Many Latins were called upon by the King of Rome to migrate to this town, but decades later it joined the Latin city-state in the war against Rome. After being defeated, it became a colony of Rome again. Soon, it became a frontier base for Rome to resist the invasion of the Sabines. The people of Rome defeated the Sabines several times here. Crustumerium was less than 10 miles away from Fedini. It was built on a hill near the Tiber River, overlooking the long and narrow riverside flatland that had been washed out by the mixed silt of the Tiber River. Printos led the army of Dionia and soon arrived at the city of Crustumerium. However, he did not attack immediately because Publius, who arrived later, said that he was confident that he could persuade the people of Crustumerium to surrender. Sure enough, less than 2 hours after Publius entered the city, the people of Crustumerium opened the city gate. Without the support of Rome, Crustumerium, which was adjacent to the Sabines, could hardly resist the invasion of the Sabines. Previously, the citizens who were sent to join the army of Rome came back and told the people the news of the collapse of the army of Rome, causing extreme anxiety in the city. Later, the people of Crustumerium were even more frightened when the people of Dionia broke through the neighboring city of Fedini in less than a day. At this time, the people of Crustumerium, who they were familiar with and a former senator of Rome, entered the city to persuade them. Surrounded by two major forces, the people of Crustumerium could only surrender. Chapter 849. The Devers quickly had Publius sign an alliance treaty with the people of Christum. At this point, the Dionysian army had conquered the east of Rome with lightning speed and began to target the Latin states in the south. Master, when you put on this underwear, it's really beautiful. Even Aphrodite is jealous of you. Agnes's personal slave couldn't help but praise. Don't talk nonsense. How can I compare to the goddess of love? Although Agnes said this, her tone wasn't harsh. She turned around and asked softly, "Does it really look good?" It's said that Aphrodite's bra straps are full of temptation, but I feel that this set of underwear matches your beautiful figure. Even as a woman, I can't help but be attracted and even envious. If His Majesty the Devers saw it, he would definitely be deeply captivated by you, master. The slave sighed with an infatuated expression. Agnes didn't say anything, but looked at herself in the bronze mirror that was as tall as a person. One hand touched the white underwear on her chest, while the other fiddled with it. She, who had stepped into her 40s, could already feel the passing of time from her sagging skin. The set of clothes that Christoia had given her, which she called underwear, made her feel comfortable, and at the same time showed off her slim figure when she was young. It also added a mysterious sense of beauty, causing Agnes to be intoxicated by herself in the mirror. After a long while, she put on her clothes again and brought the slave downstairs to the hall. Christoia, who was sitting in the hall and discussing matters with the chief of the palace, Ribazat, saw her and immediately dismissed the others. When only the two of them were left in the hall, Christoia asked, "Sister Agnes, have you worn it? How do you feel?" There was a hint of eagerness in her tone. "Very, very good. I like it very much," Agnes answered shyly. "Since you think it's good, the women of Dionia will think it's good too." Christoia clapped her hands excitedly. "Tomorrow I'll ask Ribazat to send slaves to build a garment workshop and buy a dozen female slaves who know how to cut to make this kind of underwear. I'll give it to the elders' wives and ask them to help me promote it." Agnes wasn't too interested in these things. She asked softly, "Sister, didn't you say that this underwear was designed by His Majesty?" "Yes, I wanted His Majesty to give me some ideas to make up for the losses the bank incurred last year from helping the people through the drought." Who knew he would give me such an idea? A smile appeared on Christoia's face. Then she thought of something and her expression became serious again. He's usually so busy with government affairs. Who knew that he would pay so much attention to our place? At this point, Kristoya gritted her teeth and pulled Agnes's hand. She said intimately, "Sister, you and I have to keep a close eye on His Majesty. We can't let him have an affair outside. Perhaps Hades gave His Majesty a hint." Agnes defended the Dever softly. "Hades isn't a god who likes to pay attention to such things." Kristoya also softly criticized the kingdom's protector. She then said seriously, "Sister, we're all starting to get old. We need to learn to dress ourselves better so that His Majesty's gaze will always be on us." Agnes nodded lightly and squeezed Kristoya's hand tightly. The two women, who were of similar age and had different interests, had lived together for nearly 20 years. They had already tacitly established a close relationship that was not like biological sisters, but more like biological sisters. "Sister, don't always wear that white set. His Majesty will get tired of it after looking at it for a long time. In 2 days, I'll send you a few sets of other colored underwear with decorative patterns," Kristoya suggested. Agnes answered shyly, "Mother, we're back." At this moment, a clear shout came from outside the door. 2 pretty girls, one tall and one short, walked into the hall. "Mother Agnes, you're here too," the tall girl immediately shouted. The short girl respectfully bowed in turn. "Mother, Kristoya's mother." "Eunice, haven't you learned how to greet your elders?" Kristoya said with a straight face as she sat upright. "All right." Eunice pouted and helplessly bowed to the 2 mothers. She then glared at the snickering of Rhea to show her dissatisfaction. "Why are you back so early today?" Kristoya asked in a slightly stern manner. "Ugh, I'm teaching dance this afternoon. My period came, and the teacher gave me a day off. I don't like going home alone, so I asked for a day off for Rhea as well," Eunice said bravely. "Isn't it enough that you're slacking off alone? You even dragged your sister into it." Kristoya's face darkened. I'm not feeling well either. Sister, just..." Avria stuttered as she tried to explain, but Eunice slapped her. "Don't speak." Kristoya's almond-shaped eyes widened. Beside her, Agnes hurriedly said, "Since you're both not feeling well, hurry up and get some rest." The 2 girls' faces lit up, and they immediately looked at Kristoya. Kristoya's face was still gloomy. "I'll forgive you 2 this time, but if you leave early again, you'll be punished." "Got it." The 2 of them replied in unison. They turned around and smiled at each other, walking briskly outside. At the door, Eunice turned around and asked, "Mother, is there any news from father and brother today?" "Yes. This morning, a messenger brought a letter from your father. It says that the army of Rome has been defeated. Your brother and brother Adoris have safely returned to Rome and are preparing to participate in the triumphal procession to be held in Rome." Kristoya said, "A triumphal procession to be held in Rome." Eunice exclaimed softly and then said in annoyance, "I really want to see it. When are father and brother coming back?" Avria interrupted from the side. "Child, this wasn't mentioned in the letter," Kristoya said with a smile. "However, since our army has already occupied Rome and defeated their army, the day of final victory shouldn't be too far away. When that time comes, your father and the others will be back." Hearing this, Avria smiled happily. "Let's go, Avria. We should go back to the bedroom to rest." Eunice gave her a look. The 2 girls walked out of the hall, and their whispers could be faintly heard. "In a while we'll release Bryant's dog and bring out my horse. You can carry your kitten, and then we'll play outside the courtyard. Brother Bryant's will be angry if he finds out. With me here, he won't dare." Kristoya, who was in the hall, suddenly sighed. Seeing this, Agnes hurriedly advised, "Sister, don't be too strict with the children. Let them relax sometimes." "That's not what I'm worried about." Kristoya looked out the door and shook her head. "In a few months, Eunice will be 14 years old. She's almost an adult, Yet she's still according to our Dionia's laws, Eunice is still 2 years away from adulthood. Sister, you're worrying too early. Besides, I think it's a good thing that Eunice has a strong personality. She won't be bullied in the future, but I'm a little worried about Avria, Agnes consoled. In most of the Greek cities, a girl was considered an adult at the age of 14 and could then talk about marriage. However, in the kingdom of Dionia, under the strong request of the king of Devers and with the support of medical authorities such as Helps, the Senate passed a law that stated that girls were only considered an adult at the age of 16 and could not be married before then. Originally, the Devers wanted to set the age of adulthood for girls at 18, but due to the harsh environment and backward medicine of this era, the average age of Greeks was not high, and girls often matured early. If they waited until they were 18 to marry, the cost of raising them would be too high, and it would be detrimental to the growth of Dionia's population. Hence, a compromise was made. You don't have to worry about that. Who would dare to bully our children? This morning, Andrea came over and talked about her eldest son, Matthesius. She also asked about Eunice, intentionally or otherwise. Christoia raised her eyebrows slightly and turned her head to look at Agnes, saying softly, "This morning, Andrea came over and mentioned her eldest son, Matthesius. She wants to propose to her son." Agnes was shocked. Although she rarely interacted with outsiders, she had grown up in a noble family in Lygum and had some understanding of these matters. If it was in another Greek city, Eunice would have reached the age of marriage. Andrea wanted to give me a heads up, and I pretended not to know and didn't give her an answer. I reckon it won't be long before more people mention this to me. Christoia shrugged helplessly. Sister, you don't have to worry too much. His Majesty has already said several times that Eunice and the others' marriages are up to them. They can marry whoever they want to marry, Agnes consoled. Both she and Christoia had a deep understanding of the traditional Greek marriage system. Back then, Christoia had been given to the Persia prince Cyrus as a concubine, while Agnes had been sent to Turiae. Both had been decided by their fathers without consulting them at all. Fortunately, things had turned out well. Of course, Agnes didn't want her children to follow in their footsteps. She welcomed the Devers' decision. Sister, it's not that simple. Christoia shook her head and said with some annoyance, Eunice is still young. How can she tell if the man she likes is good or bad? We'll have to do it for her. Besides, if she really marries an ordinary commoner, what would the wives of the senators and ministers of Dionia think? What would their children think? I'm afraid that this ordinary son-in-law will face great pressure in the kingdom in the future. Will he still treat Eunice? Well then, you have to consider these things carefully. Chapter 850. Agnes disagreed. Sister, you're thinking too much. I think it's fine as long as Eunice really likes it. You make it sound so easy. When Olivia comes of age, it'll be your turn to worry. Christoia rolled her eyes, then stretched and said, I'm going to the bathroom to take a bath and relax. When the children are back, it'll be dinner time. Do you want to go together? I have a few sets of underwear in other colors and shapes. You can try them on and see if they fit. All right. Agnes stood up. Bathing had become a daily habit for the people of Dionia, but the hot springs were a little far from Turiae. The royal family could not go there frequently, and it was not safe either. Hence, the Devers had someone build a bathroom in the house. Two elegant, middle-aged women chatted and laughed as they walked out of the hall. Dusk came. In the Senate of Dionia, the meeting had ended, and the senators walked out in groups of 2s and 3s. Today, the Senate had received the good news of the army led by the Devers has won consecutive victories in the Latin region. Abenalum has applied to become a free city of Dionia. Of course, this was mixed with the bad news of the Samnite army has raided the Campanian region, and Naples has urgently asked for help from Dionia. But this did not affect the mood of the senators. They walked down the stairs, laughing and talking. The 5 presidents of the Senate, who walked slowly behind, were still discussing some issues. His Majesty's letter said that the situation in Rome has now stabilized, and the expeditionary army is expanding the territory it has occupied, preparing to completely defeat the people of Rome. He asked us to make a detailed plan in advance for the large-scale migration of some of the people of Dionia to Rome after the war, as well as the settlement of the surrendered nobles of Rome in other cities. What do you suggest? Cornelius asked. I noticed that His Majesty wrote in the letter the migration of the people of Dionia, instead of letting the preparatory citizens and freedmen fill the newly occupied land like in the past. This shows that His Majesty attaches great importance to the region of Rome and needs to quickly integrate Rome into the kingdom. Lysias said in a low voice, according to the news from the messenger, the area where Rome is located is a fertile plain, much larger than our Sabari plain. The Tiber River is also wider than the Creti River, and the agriculture and livestock there are quite prosperous. If we can completely take over Rome, not only can we solve the worries that the drought has caused to His Majesty, but we can also greatly increase the strength of our kingdom. Antares pondered and said, however, that area is not adjacent to our current territory, and there are many other forces and races around it. Besides, the people of Rome are quite strong. Perhaps His Majesty has considered this, which is why he requested for a large number of people of Dionia to be migrated there, so that they can quickly become the backbone of the stability of the region of Rome. If they are preparatory citizens and freedmen, I'm afraid that they won't be able to firmly defend the interests of the kingdom in that crisis-ridden area. Although I didn't see the battle between our soldiers and the people of Rome with my own eyes, in the past few days we have transported nearly 2,000 dead citizens and more than 2,000 injured people from Turiae alone. The officials of the City Hall have been busy helping the Ministry of Military Affairs to compensate the families of the deceased and arrange for the treatment of the injured. I heard that there are also many casualties in other areas. It seems that the people of Rome are quite fierce. Lysias said in a heavy tone, do you still remember that His Majesty said that he wanted to migrate the people to the Campania region? At that time, he had already decided to migrate some of the young citizens of Lucania municipality. Both Hegemon and I had already made the plan, but it was a pity that we had to stop it because of Carthage's participation in the war. This time we can move them to Rome, Vespa suggested. I say, Vespa, don't just keep your eyes on Lucania municipality, Sidorum retorted. After rebuking Vespa, Sidorum reminded, how many citizens can move out of Lucania? I'm afraid it's less than 10,000, but His Majesty said that apart from the civilians who have surrendered to Rome, the land of Rome alone can accommodate another 200,000 to 300,000 people. There are also towns like Venus, Ostia, and Casrella. Besides, His Majesty also said that the nobles of Rome who have surrendered to him will be scattered in other cities. Why don't we move some of the citizens of the cities to Rome? The empty space will be able to accommodate the people of Rome. Isn't it very convenient? What Sir Sidorum said is a good idea. Antares took over the conversation. However, considering that the City Hall of Rome has just been established, its ability to deal with government affairs is not strong yet, and the people of Rome still need time to adapt to us, we can migrate to Rome several times. Each time, we will migrate a small number of citizens to avoid major chaos. In addition, the citizens who are going to Rome cannot be all young. There must be middle-aged and elderly citizens, so that the established community can be stable. Also, the majority of the citizens who are going to Rome should be citizens of Greek descent. Speaking of this, Antares saw that Vespa and Sidorum were unhappy, so he quickly explained, I don't mean to discriminate against other ethnic groups. I'm just doing this to allow the civilians of Rome to integrate into the kingdom as soon as possible. Antares' suggestion is very reasonable. We need to consider it seriously. Cornelius praised his young colleague. Cornelius praised his young colleague and then solemnly said, Everyone, this is the first time we have migrated the official citizens of the kingdom. You must know that they are not preparatory citizens or free people. They have all the rights granted to them by the law of the kingdom. They have their own land and are living well in the existing towns. How can we make them go to Rome willingly? How can we make them satisfied with their new place of residence? These are the problems that give us the biggest headache. I don't think this is a problem, Antares said disapprovingly. What the citizens of the kingdom are most worried about is not leaving their hometown and settling in a strange place. They are afraid of living too peacefully, because it means that they will not be able to gain the opportunity to gain merit through war and adventure, increase their wealth, and get a quick promotion in status. In Rome, they can be given many such opportunities. Before the war with Rome, so many officials took the risk and chose to go with His Majesty. Wasn't it because of this reason? Now that ordinary citizens can get such an opportunity, I believe they will also be eager to participate. Antares' words made the other three nod. Cornelis coughed awkwardly. Ugh, what Antares said is very reasonable, but we still need to implement it before we know the real reaction of the people. So we have to make more preparations in advance to reduce the resistance of the people. For example, we need to make detailed arrangements for the relocation of the citizens' land, the transportation of the citizens' belongings, the distribution of the new houses, and the disposal of the old houses. It seems that next time we need to call Bucco's Minister of Agriculture and Raphia's Minister of Household Registration to discuss this matter, and then come up with a preliminary plan, and then submit it to His Majesty for review, Lucius said. I think we can let the town hall of each town publicize the benefits of settling in Rome first, Antares suggested enthusiastically. But before he could finish his words, Felicius' voice came from behind him. Master Cornelis, you're a good man. Lord Lucius. Cornelis looked back and saw Helos, Felicius, Alpines, and Hieronymus, the four elders of the Ministry of Military Affairs, walking towards him. He was a little surprised. What's the matter? Felicius looked at Helos. Military Affairs Minister Helos said, 5 rotating presidents. Today, the Senate unanimously rejected the unreasonable request of the Samnite emissary to exchange the Campanian captives for their captives. This is in line with His Majesty's promise after the Grum incident. But I'm afraid it's not enough to just reject it. We still need to rescue the Campanian alliance that is being attacked by the Samnite. After all, it is our ally. The rescue of Naples should be the main topic of discussion tomorrow, Cornelis said with a frown. Now His Majesty is leading most of the army to attack Rome from the north, and we are at war with Carthage in the south. Alexis is stationed in Apulia to prevent the Samnite from attacking and other forces. As far as I know, all the legions in the kingdom are already in a state of war, and even the 7th Legion is ready to go south to Sicily at any time. His Majesty has repeatedly instructed us not to act rashly. Now that you're talking about this matter, I would like to ask you first, how are you going to rescue Campania? Are you going to transfer the 9th or 10th Legion? Although Antares had a little dispute with Cornelis just now, he continued Cornelis's words and continued to ask questions. The distance from Apulia to Campania is long, and transportation will be difficult. The pressure on the transportation of military supplies will increase. Moreover, who knows if the cunning Samnite is deliberately luring us to transfer the army from Apulia so that they can raid the Downey area again. After all, our army will have to take a detour, but they can go straight through the mountains. Not the army from Apulia, Helos said with certainty. We hope that the Senate can pass a resolution to let the free city of Potentia immediately form an army to support the kingdom in the war against the Samnite. Potentia. The 5 rotating presidents were a little surprised. It was no wonder that they did not think of it. For more than a decade, the Potentia area had maintained a stable and close relationship with Lucania municipality. Trade, people coming and going, religion spreading. Everything developed rapidly without any hindrance. Moreover, the people of Potentia were never absent from the various celebrations and competitions in the kingdom. Therefore, not only the ordinary people of Dionia, but also most of the senators subconsciously regarded Potentia as part of Lucania municipality, forgetting that it was actually just a free city of the kingdom. At this time, the military training officer, Hieronymus, said, "According to the statistics of our Ministry of Military Affairs, if Potentia carries out a full recruitment, it can form an army of about 20,000 people. Therefore, Potentia can send at least 10,000 reinforcements." Chapter 851. In recent years, the relationship between the Samni people and the Kingdom of Dionia had gradually deteriorated. The Ceutini people continued to invade the Campania region, and the Helpini people were advancing towards the Abenelum. All of these had alerted the great leader of Potentia, Borit. However, in the past 10 years, due to the safety of the surrounding environment, the people of Potentia had gradually become wealthier. The young people of Potentia had never encountered a war, and even the older generation was unfamiliar with combat skills. Therefore, he had made an unexpected decision. He invited the Ministry of Military Affairs of Dionia to send military trainers to be stationed in Potentia for a long time to train the young people of Potentia. Therefore, the Ministry of Military Affairs had accurate data on the war potential of Potentia. Several chairmen looked at each other and immediately reached a consensus. After all, they could use unexpected help and achieve their goal without consuming too much of the kingdom's strength. Why not? As for whether Potentia would agree, they had never considered it at all because the relationship between the two sides was too close. Moreover, according to the agreement, this was also an obligation of Potentia. Therefore, Vespa asked directly, after requesting Potentia to participate in the war, where will the army they build belong to? Although Potentia was a free city of the Kingdom of Dionia, it was still semi-independent. According to the laws of Dionia, the army of Potentia did not have the right to carry out military operations independently. It must be integrated into the army of Dionia and be commanded by a general of Dionia. This was to ensure the safety of the territory of Dionia and prevent some accidents from happening. The army formed by Potentia will be commanded by Xantiparis, the reserve army commander of Lucania, Helos replied. When Vespa heard that the commander was Xantiparis, he breathed a sigh of relief. Based on his understanding of the generals of Dionia, Xantiparis was a veteran who did things steadily. He would not disregard the casualties and fight the Samni people head-on. Although Potentia was not fully incorporated into the kingdom of Dionia, Vespa had already regarded it as a part of Lucania municipality. Of course, he did not want the people there to suffer heavy casualties. Tomorrow, when the Senate meeting begins, we will first propose this issue. Once the resolution is passed, immediately send a messenger to Potentia to inform Borat. Cornelis said solemnly, "The elders hope to pacify the Simonians as soon as possible and return peace to the northern border of Dionia." "Thank you, sirs. We will do our best," Helos replied solemnly. Vespa wanted to ask about the general battle plan of the Ministry of Military Affairs against the Simonians, but he swallowed his words. After all, the Senate did not interfere in the affairs of the Ministry of Military Affairs, which was a rule set by the King of Devers a long time ago. He did not want to violate this taboo. After Helos and the rest separated from the chairman, they looked a little more relaxed. Felicius said excitedly, "As long as the resolution is passed by the Senate tomorrow, Potentia will send out their army, and we can solve the problem of the Simonians." Yes, the Simonians' ambush on the Campania alliance and the Abenelum's initiative to submit to the kingdom of Potentia. These two things together provide us with an opportunity to attack. As long as the army of Potentia goes north to meet up with the Abenelum, we can launch an attack on the Samni Mountains. At the same time, Alexis can lead the army to attack from the east. With the cooperation of both sides, we can completely control the flow of the war against the desert people. Capys, who is usually calm, was also happy at this time. The Helpini have fought many wars with Potentia. This time, if we let the army of Potentia enter the Abenelum, will it cause dissatisfaction and conflict between the two sides? Alpines reminded. "I don't think so." Felicius explained with more certainty. Ever since the Southern War, Potentia has not fought with the Simonians for more than 10 years. I don't know if the people of Potentia have forgotten the hatred of the past, but according to the information obtained from His Majesty's Intelligence Department, Potentia and the Abenelum often trade, and the people of both sides can enter and leave each other's territory relatively freely. Therefore, the army of Potentia entering the Abenelum should not cause too much of a reaction. Besides, you have to believe in Xantiparis. With his ability, he will coordinate the relationship between the two sides. The other three nodded. They were all survivors of the expedition to Persia, and they had a deep understanding of Xantiparis' ability. I think Polit will be very happy when he receives the news that we let him attack the Simonians, Hieronymus said. With his temperament, he will definitely lead the army into battle himself. To achieve this goal, he will also restrain his people and cooperate with the Abenelum to fight together. Not only did Polit let his people receive training from the military trainers of Dionia, but he also personally received training many times to learn the fighting style of the Legion of Dionysia. As the military training officer, Hieronymus went to Potentia several times to inspect the military training and was treated with great hospitality by Polit. The two sides forged a deep friendship. We don't have to worry about the Abenelum and Potentia. The only thing I'm worried about now is His Majesty. Felicius said in a low voice. He has emphasized many times that we should not lead the army into the Simonians to fight, and our plan is completely against his wishes. Felicius' words turned the excited expressions on Hieronymus and Alpine's faces into solemnity, but Helos looked calm. He comforted everyone. When we were discussing the plan in the Ministry of Military Affairs, didn't I already say that His Majesty was worried that we were not familiar with the terrain of the Simonians, and that the Simonians were good at fighting in the mountains? If we entered rashly, we would be at a great disadvantage. That's why he repeatedly emphasized it, but he never said, "We are not allowed to enter the Simonians." Now, with the help of the Abenelum, and with the main force of the Simonians in Campania, it's a good chance for us to get rid of the Simonians. I believe His Majesty will agree if he knows. Helos, we should wait for His Majesty to receive our battle plan and give his approval before we start the attack. Felicius reminded him, still worried. It will take at least 7 or 8 days for the letter to be sent to Rome and back. The matter of the Abenelum joining our kingdom has been carried out in secret, but I think it will be difficult for the Abenelum people to keep this secret for a long time. Once the leaders of the Samnite tribes know about it, they will quickly withdraw the troops attacking the Campanian alliance to the Samnite mountains. Then our efforts will be in vain. So, after the decision is passed tomorrow, we must immediately inform Alexis to carry out our plan. If His Majesty blames us in the future, I am willing to bear the responsibility alone. Helos said resolutely, "This is a decision we made together. How can you be responsible alone?" Hieronymus immediately expressed his objection. Yes, if His Majesty wants to blame someone, he should blame all the officers of the Ministry of Military Affairs. Felicius also expressed his opinion. Just as Alpines was about to speak, he caught a glimpse of someone rushing over from the front. He immediately said, "Helos, isn't it your clerk?" "Sir Helos." "Sirs." The officer rushed over and gave a military salute. "Lady Alexis has sent an urgent letter." Helos quickly took the letter and opened it. Soon a smile appeared on his face. The other 3 immediately cast curious glances at him. Helos looked at Felicius and the others, raised the letter in his hand, and said excitedly, "Alexis wrote this letter immediately after receiving the news that the Abenelum requested to merge with the kingdom of Dionia. He requested to reassemble the 10th Legion and the 11th Legion, join forces with the Abenelum and Potentia to attack from the east and west at the same time, clear the obstacles, and take down Aquilonia in one fell swoop." We all thought the same thing. Although the 3rd Fleet of Dionia tried its best to blockade the west coast of the Italian peninsula, and the Sicilian fleet patrolled the waters west of the Strait of Messina from time to time, it was impossible to stop the people of Carthage from obtaining information about Rome. After all, the islands of Corsica and Sardinia under the control of Carthage and the region of Ladin, where Rome was located, were separated by the sea. Under the orders of the judges of Carthage, the Phoenician city-states on the islands had to send ships again and again, taking the risk of avoiding the patrols of the warships of Dionia, to approach the coast to Antium, Adium, and other towns to understand the development of the war in Latin. Then, the judges of Carthage sent ships directly south from the west side of the island of Sardinia to the city of Carthage. Therefore, when the people of Carthage knew that Dionia had sent a large army to attack the region of Latin, they were happy to see it happen, because Rome had restrained most of the forces of Dionia, which would inevitably reduce the pressure of the attack on the west of Sicily. But a few days later, the news that the city of Rome had been captured shocked the elders of Carthage. According to the news they learned, Rome was a large city. Although its main force was not in the city, it was so easily captured by the people of Dionia, which showed the strength of the military forces of Dionia. After a while, when the news that Ostia had been burned down, the army of Rome had collapsed, and the remnants of the army were holed up in the southwest of Latin, the entire aristocratic class of Carthage was shocked. Rome was a powerful city-state in central Italy. Because of this, Carthage chose to form an alliance with it, but in such a short period of time, it was defeated by the Dionysian army to the point of being unable to fight back, and even to the point of being at death's door. Chapter 852. The horror of the Dionysian army finally made them realize that once Rome was completely destroyed, then Dionia would be able to completely free up its hands to focus on Carthage. And now the Senate was still in a dispute, wasting precious time. So they gathered and strongly appealed to the Senate. While the main force of Dionia was still in Latin, they should immediately send an army to land in Sicily, defeat the army of Dionia, completely occupy the whole of Sicily, and gain the upper hand in the overall war situation. Under the circumstances of the agitated crowd, Hanno did not dare to obstruct, and the Senate finally decided to recruit no less than 60,000 troops from Carthage and its surrounding areas as soon as possible, and hand them over to Margo, the military commander of Carthage. Margo, who was far away in the south of the Iberian Peninsula, also realized the urgency of the war situation, and also hastened to gather and form new troops. In fact, there was no need for Topyrus to urge Wolsey and the Helnici. As soon as the army of Rome left the Tullus Valley, they had already begun to take action. The tribes of Helnici, who had fled into the mountains, gathered and began to attack the Roman soldiers who occupied the territory. The focus of their attack was the city of Forentyrum. The former central town of the Helnici was built in the mountains, which brought great difficulties to the Roman siege. In order to quickly end the war in Helnici, Camillus had to withdraw a large number of young and middle-aged citizens from Rome and its allies, thus leaving the city of Rome and its surrounding areas defenseless. The Devers seized this favorable opportunity to finally reverse the situation in Latin. The army, led by Camillus, retreated in a hurry, but considering the difficulty of capturing Forentyrum and the importance of its location, he left 2,000 Roman soldiers to guard it. However, the Roman army had attacked the city many times, and the battles were very fierce, causing the walls of the city to be in ruins. Before the Roman soldiers who stayed behind could repair the city, the attack of the Helnici had already arrived. Most of them used the cover of the mountains and trees at night and early in the morning to approach the city walls. Some even sneaked into the city and launched a sudden attack. Once the people of Rome gathered their troops and prepared to fight them head-on, they would immediately flee the city. The Roman army, which was not good at fighting in the mountains, would be ambushed by the Helnici if they chased after them. After suffering a few losses, the Rome could only defend the city, but the Hernici's attacks did not stop. Although they did not cause many casualties to the Rome, they put a lot of psychological pressure on the Roman soldiers, so they could not get enough rest. After the defense of Rome, the Helnici shifted the focus of their attack to the Roman supply caravan that was transporting supplies to Forentyrum. Since the main force of Rome had withdrawn from the area, there were not many troops left to protect the caravan. As a result, the supply caravan was repeatedly attacked by the Helnici and could not be delivered to Forentyrum. The food supply was decreasing day by day, weapons could not be replenished, and the Roman army was constantly attacked by the Helnici. Without reinforcements, the Roman army lost confidence. On the day that the army of Rome was forced to disband, the Roman army also chose to retreat from Forentyrum. After retreating, the Roman soldiers discovered that Forentyrum was not the only city that was being attacked by the Helnici. The other Helnici towns were also being attacked to varying degrees, especially the small barracks built along the river. Due to their small number of soldiers and weak defenses, they became the main targets of the Helnici. The Roman army had already seen several burnt barracks on the way back. Other surviving barracks and the defenders of the neighboring towns joined the retreating army. The army kept retreating to the north and finally retreated to the city of Signia near the Latin Alliance's Tellurium, giving up most of the Helnici land that they had painstakingly occupied. The Volsci, on the other hand, began to gather their warriors after the Daionia army attacked Rome and the Roman army stationed in the southwest went to rescue them. They wanted to recapture the territory occupied by the Roman army. However, unlike the Helnici, Rome had already colonized the 3 Volsci towns of Antium, Saturnicum, and Vellet, as well as the surrounding territories. The new residents of Rome naturally resisted with all their might. The Volsci, who had been severely weakened after many wars, could only muster about 6,000 warriors. They also lacked siege weapons. They attacked Antium several times, but they were all repelled. They were unable to recapture their towns. When they learned that the Roman army was stationed in Saturnicum again, they had no choice but to retreat. Therefore, when the Volsci leaders met Topyrus, they all asked for the strong support of their ally, Daionia. Topyrus promised them that as long as the Volsci cooperated fully with His Majesty the King of Devers, Daionia would definitely help the Volsci regain all their territories. Therefore, the Volsci listened to Topyrus' suggestion and changed their attack strategy. They no longer attacked the territories of Antium and Saturnicum head-on. Instead, they retreated their main force from Astura, which was very close to Antium, to Setia and waited for an opportunity to strike. Gabii, the most important city in the eastern part of Latin, was located about 30 miles southeast of Rome, not far from the west bank of the Rio River, a tributary of the Tiber River. It had become an ally of Rome decades ago and had never betrayed Rome. But this time, its loyalty to Rome was tested. As an emissary of Daionia, Publius came to Gabii, hoping that it could break away from the Latin alliance of Rome and form an alliance with the kingdom of Daionia. The Senate of Gabii debated the matter for a day. In the end, the Gabii nobles were worried about the way Daionia dealt with the nobles of Rome, so they rejected Daionia's request and drove Publius out of the city. At the same time, they sent people to the west to ask Camillus for help. Sure enough, on the next day, the army of Daionia appeared under the city of Gabii. It was still under Printos's command. It was still the 2nd Legion, Legio VI, the Lucania Reserve Legion, the Rome Reserve Legion, the 1st Cavalry Legion, and an engineering team of 500 people, totaling more than 30,000 people. The Gabii closed the 4 gates tightly. All the young and strong citizens in the city were armed with spears and went to the top of the city, ready to defend against the attack of the Daionia. However, Printos did not immediately order an attack. Instead, he ordered the soldiers to start building the camp. In the early morning of the next day, Camillus, who had received the news, led 12,000 Rome soldiers and rushed to Tustrin. Tustrin was located to the north of Lake Albalonga, on the edge of Tustrin Mountain, about 40 miles south of the city of Rome. Since Albalonga was destroyed by Rome, it had become the most important city in the central part of the Latin region. Most of the Latin city-states and tribes in the eastern, central, and western part of the Latin region also responded to Camillus's call and sent their troops to gather in Tustrin. Thus, the number of troops in Camillus's hands soared to 21,000. In the Rome camp outside Tustrin, the generals of Rome were gathered in a large tent to discuss the current war situation and the next military plan. At this time, the dictator of Rome, Camillus, was different from the high-spirited image he had when he conquered Ferentinum. His face was sallow, and his skin was loose and drooping. His whole body was leaning against a wooden chair, and there was a servant standing on both sides of the wooden chair, ready to support him at any time. He closed his eyes and listened to the report about the enemy. These days, the Dionysian army has been building the camp and has not attacked Gabi City. However, they are constantly bombarding the walls of Gabi City with ballistae. The Gabii have sent a messenger to ask us for help again. Sir Dictator, the Dionysian army has not attacked the city for the past few days, but they have been building a camp. Furthermore, the camp was built on the west side of Gabi City. They are obviously guarding against us, Megis said in a deep voice. We have led the army to Tustran, and the momentum is too big. We can't hide it from the people of Dionia. It's normal for them to be on guard. According to the report of the cavalry scouts, the Dionysian army outside Gabi City has tens of thousands of people, and we also have to pay attention to the army of Dionia in Rome. Before Licinius could finish speaking, he heard Quintus shouting angrily, "Just because Dionia has a lot of people and because they're not attacking the city, we should not attack and even retreat." Licinius, are you afraid? You should not stay here. You should be like the civilians of Rome and surrender to the people of Dionia. Enough, Quintus, watch your words. Sir Dictator has repeatedly reminded us that we are now in a difficult situation. We must unite to defeat the people of Dionia and retake Rome. Aulus reminded loudly. Quintus snorted and stared at Licinius, but he did not speak. Licinius simply turned around and looked out of the tent. At this time, Camillus opened his eyes. Compared to his weak voice, his eyes seemed much more spirited. I sent someone to inform the army that stayed in Signia to come here and meet us. How is it going? They are already on their way, Lucius said with a trembling voice. Chapter 853. The indifferent expression on Camillus's face did not change. He turned his head and asked, Titus, what do you think about the current situation of the war? Mr. Dictator. Titus looked solemn. He looked at the others, hesitated for a moment, and then said, I think this may be a conspiracy of the Dionia. As soon as these words came out, the other generals were surprised. Only Camillus remained calm. Titus explained with a worried look. Previously, we sent reinforcements under the repeated pleas of the messenger from Gabi City. Now that the troops of the Latin Alliance have gathered here, the Dionia have not launched a large-scale attack on Gabi City. Instead, they are building and fortifying their camp. It looks more like they are waiting for us to attack. If the Dionia do not attack Gabi City, it is likely to lead to a long stalemate. The situation will be disadvantageous to us because the generals and soldiers of the Latin Alliance will be dissatisfied with us. If we choose to attack directly, the Dionia only need to defend their camp, and we will be at a disadvantage. Don't forget the painful lesson they taught us when they attacked Ostia. But if we retreat like this, we will lose our prestige in the Latin Alliance. But even if we knew that this was a plot of the Dionia, we had to send reinforcements. We are the leader of the Latin Alliance. According to the covenant, we have the responsibility to protect their territory. In the current predicament, we can't lose the trust of these allies. Camillus sighed. The indifferent expression on his face made the generals unable to see the fluctuations in his heart. Since the Dionia launched a large-scale attack on the Latin region, the army led by him had been in a passive position. In fact, they had not fought the Dionysian army head-on, but they had already fallen into today's predicament. The king of Dionia was really a terrible person. Since the Dionia want us to take the initiative to attack, then we will attack, but we must hold back. Camillus finally said, Your Majesty, the army of the Rome has been dispatched. Quick, inform Amintes, Olivers, Leds, and Cusius to gather their legions and await my orders. Prepare to attack at any time. Yes, Your Majesty. Also, send horses to inform Prinister and Hygnia. Generals, Rome's army has left Tustran and is coming for us. Printos's words made the legion commanders happy. This big fish has finally taken the bait. Our hard work over the past few days has not been in vain. Trotyres said excitedly. This time we will return the humiliation of being forced to retreat in Ostia. Metones was full of pride. It's best if we can keep the Roman army here. That way the battle will be easier. Epicthenes, the temporary commander of the reserve brigade, had a bigger appetite and thought further. Captain Sextus, do you have any suggestions? Printos looked at the only commander in the tent, who was silent. Although Sextus was called a captain, the reserve brigade of Rome's civilians had more than 6,000 people. Sextus was the captain, and he did the work of a legion commander. However, the reserve brigade of Rome was only a temporary establishment, and it would be disbanded when the war ended. Although the Devers had the idea of building a legion in Rome, Sextus could not be the legion commander for the time being. He could not even be a captain. After all, he did not understand the military system and tactics of Dionia. He still needed to refine them to convince the soldiers. I have no objections. Please give the order, Commander, Sextus said in a deep voice. Crotocatax, who was standing at the side, looked at the Roman man who was only a few years older than him. He could understand how Sextus felt at the moment, but just as his father had told him, only by letting the Romans participate in more battles could they cut off the shackles of their past. Printos coughed, then looked at the generals and said loudly, Generals, please fight the enemy according to the previous deployment. Tustrin was less than 30 miles away from Gabii City, but the Roman army did not march fast. They only arrived at the Dionia camp after noon. Then the bugle and military drums sounded loudly, and the defenders on Gabii City were very excited when they heard it. The reinforcements of Rome are here. However, the Roman coalition army did not immediately launch a fierce attack on the camp. The army temporarily stopped moving forward, and the soldiers began to eat rations to replenish their physical strength. After that, the soldiers began to slowly approach the camp in a loose formation. The soldiers of the Roman coalition army walked carefully, as if they were looking for traps on the ground. In fact, the Dionia camp had no other defensive facilities except for the trenches, sentry towers, and wooden walls. At the back of the army, the temporary commander, Titus, repeatedly told his scouts, "Ask your men to keep their eyes open. Once they find any abnormalities around the battlefield, report immediately, especially in the direction of Rome." Half an hour later, the soldiers of the Roman coalition army approached the trenches, and the attack on the camp began. Inform all troops to get ready to leave the city. The Devers on the south wall of Rome gave the order. Your Majesty, the messenger sent by Printos just now said that the attack of Rome is not fierce, and they did not put their main force into the attack. Should we wait a little longer? Tormid reminded. It has been so long since the beginning of the attack of Rome. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid it will still be the same. The Devers said with a firm look. Besides, they have already started to take action. They may be noticed by Rome at any time. If we miss this chance, the people of Rome will not be fooled again. Understood, Your Majesty. When Tormid responded, the three commanders, Amyntas, Olivers, and Lazuru, had already turned and left the city. The Devers looked at the last commander beside him and said solemnly, Georges, the safety of the city is in your hands. You have to assist the assists to control the city of Rome. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Georges put his legs together and punched the left side of his chest with his right fist. The Devers reached out and patted Georges's shoulder hard, then turned and left the city. Camillus, Lucius, and Quintus sat in the big tent of the Rome military camp. At this time, Quintus was complaining to Camillus, Mr. Dictator, I really don't understand. Since you have decided to give up on Gabii and withdraw the troops, why do you still attack the enemy camp and let our precious soldiers suffer in vain? We need to let the allies know that the people of Rome have not given up on them and will still fight for them. Although this will cost us some casualties, it is still worth it, Camillus explained. In fact, we still gave up on them. Quintus still looked dissatisfied. When we retreat to Saturnicum, I am afraid that Gabii City will soon be captured by the people of Dionia. Won't the other Latin alliance lose confidence in us? Camillus was silent for a while, then said in a low voice, "At least we have made an effort, which should give them some confidence. The people of Dionia are cautious in using their troops. They have always attacked the towns near Rome with a large force. They never disperse their forces and loot everywhere. With our current strength, it is impossible for us to have high expectations. We can only hold on to the 3 colonial cities of Alet, Saturnicum, and Anium, and wait for the situation to change. At that time, we will unite with the Latin alliance and attack the people of Dionia." "What situation change?" Quintus frowned. "Yesterday, Pantius, who is in Antium, sent someone to tell me that a Phoenician fishing boat broke through the interception of the warships of Dionia and entered the port, bringing a message. The Senate of Carthage appointed Margo as the military commander. He will lead no less than 100,000 troops to attack Sicily again." As Camillus spoke, his voice unconsciously became louder. 100,000 troops! Quintus was happy at first, but then he frowned and said angrily, "The Carthage previously sent an army to attack Sicily, but they did not put much pressure on the people of Dionia. They were defeated, and we made a wrong judgment. The people of Carthage should bear the greatest responsibility for our situation today. Now that the people of Carthage have launched another attack, we should not rely too much on them." Quintus' words made Camillus' heart ache. He should be mainly responsible for the wrong judgment of the situation. Quintus was implicitly expressing his dissatisfaction with him. Lucius did not allow others to criticize his father like this, so he immediately said loudly, "Quintus, don't forget, you were the one who supported my father's proposal to concentrate our forces and quickly destroy the Hernici in a short time, and you were the most proactive one. Now that the people of Carthage can attack Sicily again, isn't it good news for us? Do you have a better way to quickly change our predicament? And this time, the commander of the army of Carthage is Margo. He is an experienced general of Carthage, and he hates the Greeks very much. He will never show mercy to the people of Dionia." "Okay, stop arguing, both of you." Camillus waved his hand. "Quintus is right. We can't blindly trust the people of Carthage. We still have to see how the war develops. Now the enemy of Rome has come out. Our goal has been achieved, and the army should retreat." Camillus continued calmly, "Titus knows what to do." Chapter 854. Suddenly, the adjutant hurried into the tent. "Lord Dictator, Labicum has sent a messenger, saying that thousands of Volsci have invaded their territory, and they hope that we can send reinforcements to chase them away." "How could the Volsci appear there?" Quintus and Lucius shouted almost in unison. It was no wonder that they were confused. Labicum was located not far to the east of Tusteran, and the Volsci were far to the southwest of the Latin region. There were many Latin city-states between them. How could they suddenly appear here? Camillus, who had fought in the Latin region for decades, had completely imprinted the terrain and landscape of the land in his mind, was also lost in thought. He said with some uncertainty, "Prinister? Could it be Prinister?" Hearing Camillus's words, Lucius said with some disbelief, "Father, this is not possible. Even our colonial city can betray us. Why can't it do the same?" Quintus shouted angrily. It was Prinister who joined forces with the Helnici and the Walshes to start a rebellion, and we executed many of the Prinisters who participated in the rebellion. Originally, someone in the Senate had proposed that after we conquer the Walshes, we will turn Prinister into our colony. And this time, Prinister did not send reinforcements to join us. That's because Prinister has fewer people. We still need him to have enough troops to defend against the Helnici in the Tolarus Valley. Lucius immediately retorted, "Stop arguing. The situation is urgent. Quintus, immediately lead the troops that returned from Signa to Gabii and help Titus stop the Volsci from rushing from Labicum." Just as the two were arguing, Camillus's expression changed. He shouted with all his might, "Make sure that our troops can retreat smoothly." Cough, cough, cough. Quintus was stunned for a moment, but immediately replied with strength, "Yes, Lord Dictator." The moment he heard the news, he was so focused on how the Volsci could appear there that he forgot that the reason they were there was most likely to be for Titus's army. The Daionia wanted to surround the Roman coalition that was going to rescue Gabii. Thinking of this, Quintus walked out of the tent with an anxious look on his face. Lucius saw that Camillus, who was lying on the wooden chair, looked even worse, and his hands were trembling. He quickly held his father's body and comforted him. "Father, Titus is so smart. He will definitely withdraw the troops smoothly." This is a conspiracy that Daionia had planned long ago. The Volsci did not retreat to Satia at all. They went east through Mount Lepani and hid in the Tullarus Valley. They have been waiting for this day. We only paid attention to the city of Rome, and we trusted our allies too much. We neglected the defense of the south. This is all my fault. Camillus's murmur of self-blame made Lucius's heart ache, but he did not know how to comfort his old father. He just held his father's arm tightly to express his support and encouragement. "Lucius, may Jupiter bless us and let us return to Saturnicum smoothly." There was hope in Camillus's old voice, but there was a hint of worry in his eyes. "I hope the elders and people in Rome can always defend Capitoline Mountain like they did in the past." Titus was shocked when he received the news that there were 6,000 to 7,000 Volsci and Helniki warriors attacking from the south. He did not have time to think about why the enemy would appear there like Camillus. Instead, he immediately gave an order. "Megis, immediately withdraw the troops that are attacking the enemy camp. Pass the order to our allies immediately. More than 20,000 Daionia troops have come out of Rome and are attacking us from the north. More than 7,000 Volsci and Helniki warriors are attacking us from the south. We must retreat to the west immediately, or we will be surrounded by them." "Commander, the enemy is retreating." The adjutant, who was standing on the sentry tower and observing the battle, shouted. "It must be the army led by His Majesty and the Volsci and Helniki reinforcements attacking the enemy." Printos nodded and said, "Blow the bugle and let the soldiers attack the retreating enemy." "Yes," the adjutant shouted excitedly toward the sentry tower. "Blow the bugle! Attack!" Woo! As the bugle sounded, the Daionia soldiers, who could not wait any longer, rushed out of the camp under the command of the officers. Sextus also commanded the Roman reserve soldiers to give chase. Although Printos had opened an extra gate on the west side of the camp in advance, it would take time for the troops to rush out of the camp. The Roman allied forces, who were well prepared, retreated very quickly. In the blink of an eye, they were more than 100 meters away from the attacking Daionia soldiers. However, the Volsci allied forces charging straight from the southwest were even faster. Although the majority of these lightly armored soldiers were still more than 4 miles away from the Roman army, they had almost changed from the southwest to the west of the Roman army. It was very likely that they would block the retreat route of the Roman army. "Inform Licinius immediately. Let him lead the allied forces to block the Volsci and protect the retreat of the Roman army." Titus was a little anxious. Fortunately, when he was in formation to attack the camp, he arranged the allied forces on the right flank. His original idea was that when the Dionysian army of Rome came out, it would be convenient for the allied forces to retreat to the south. The Latin city-states were in the south. But now they could be used to block the enemy. As for whether the allied forces would suffer heavy losses, he did not care. He shouted in a hoarse voice, "Order the entire army to speed up the retreat." Licinius led about 10,000 Latin soldiers, separated from the main force, and marched straight to the southwest. When he learned from the cavalry that they were still more than a mile away from the enemy, Licinius began to form the formation. He arranged the allied heavy infantry at the front and the light infantry at the back. Titus hoped that he could block the incoming enemy, but he also hoped to quickly defeat the enemy in front of him and open the way for the army to retreat to the south. However, before he could wait for the Allied generals to order the soldiers to form a phalanx, the Volsci and Helniki soldiers were already less than 500 meters away. They adopted a very loose formation, so they could move forward and spread out their formation more smoothly. The messengers sent by Licinius urged again and again, and the soldiers of the Latin alliance hurriedly got into formation. The Volsci soldiers, filled with resentment towards the Roman people, had already charged to the front of the formation and immediately crashed into the Latin formation. Licinius hurriedly ordered the soldiers to continue the attack, hoping to encourage the Allied soldiers to block the enemy's charge and then wait for an opportunity to counterattack. The shields and spears of both sides clashed, and the sound of battle shook the sky, stirring up dust and sand. Under the fierce attack of the Volsci and Helniki soldiers, the unprepared Allied soldiers slowly retreated. Licinius was not in a hurry. He knew that the long-distance attack of the enemy could not last long. When the line was stabilized, the heavy infantry could show their power. However, in the midst of the battle, he heard a panicked cry from the right wing of the formation. "We have lost! Run! Run for your lives! We are almost surrounded! What happened?" Licinius suddenly became nervous and immediately sent guards to the right wing to check. At this time, the Roman general in charge of the right wing had already sent a messenger, who shouted in panic, "General Licinius, more than 400 Benes suddenly collapsed after meeting the enemy, and they deliberately shouted to shake the army's morale. Now the entire right wing is in chaos and has lost control." What? Damn Benes! Licinius was dumbfounded when he heard the bad news. It turned out that after listening carefully to Publius' detailed introduction of the Latin city-states, the Devers secretly had a rough plan in mind. He first sent Publius quietly to Prinister, which both of them thought was the easiest to persuade to surrender. The result was that Prinister was the first to reach a secret alliance with Daionia. Then Publius turned the goal of persuading Benes to surrender. This small Latin city, located to the west of Prinister and less than 8 or 9 miles away, had been breached during the Prinister rebellion and the joint attack of the Volsci, Helniki, and Equus. It survived only because of the rescue of the army led by Camillus. Logically, it should be grateful and loyal to Rome, but Publius thought that was not the case. Since the city was breached and plundered, the Benes seemed to be full of fear of the Helniki, Volsci, and other races to the south. Whether it was Rome's attack on Volsci or Helniki, it was very active in expressing support and providing a large number of supplies and personnel. Now, the city of Rome had fallen, and the Romans had retreated to the west of the Latin region. Its power had greatly declined, and the Helniki had risen again. Therefore, when Publius hinted to the Benes that Prinister has surrendered and made a guarantee that Daionia will completely guarantee the safety of the Benes territory, Benes became the second Latin city-state to ally with Daionia. When Gabii city refused Daionia's persuasion to surrender, the Devers' plan in advance had already taken shape. The Watch Coalition was actually quietly stationed between the cities of Prinister and Benes. Chapter 855. Although Licinius was the commander of this allied army, he did not have any troops under his command. In the face of such a critical situation, the only thing he could think of was to inform Titus and ask him to send an army to stabilize the situation here. Otherwise, just as Licinius hurriedly sent out the messengers, the speed of the Latin army's collapse was far faster than he had imagined. A small section of the formation on the right began to collapse, and then the chaos gradually spread to the entire right wing, and then quickly spread to the middle until the entire formation, after all, the Latin army, was a patchwork of more than a dozen Latin cities and tribes. It was difficult for them to work together and completely obey orders. Besides, part of the reason they were fighting here was to fulfill the covenant, and part of the reason was that they were afraid of being interdependent. They were fighting for their own safety. but they did not have the determination to fight to the death. So when the soldiers of a city fled, the soldiers and generals of the neighboring cities were unwilling to continue fighting and become scapegoats. So the whole formation quickly collapsed like an avalanche. The commander of the allied army of Vaux was Catamontalis, the Archon of Pelevernhem. Since Volci had 5,000 troops in the battle, more than the Helnici, and the Volci had greatly assisted the Helnici before, the Helnici allowed Catamontalis to be the commander of the allied army without any complaints, and the Helnici fully obeyed his command. Catamontalis charged at the front of the army with a shield and spear in hand. He roared wantonly and felt indescribably carefree. He had never defeated the Latin army as easily as he did today. After defeating the Latin army, the exhausted soldiers of the allied army of Vaux seemed to have been re-energized. They shouted and chased after the fleeing Latin soldiers, forcing most of the Latin soldiers to flee to the north. When Titus received the report of Licinius asking for help, he was greatly shocked. In fact, the entire army was in the midst of a rapid retreat, and it was impossible to send a unit to support the Latin army in a short period of time. He could only urge the Roman army to speed up the retreat. However, Titus did not expect the Latin soldiers to arrive so quickly. The Latin light infantrymen, who were only wearing thin clothes, threw away their weapons and clothes, ran to the front in a panic. They were like headless flies, crashing into the Roman army behind them, the Roman soldiers who were in charge of attacking the camp. The Latin light infantrymen's formation was instantly disrupted and hindered the Latin light infantrymen's retreat. Behind the Latin light infantry were more fleeing soldiers, and behind the Roman army were the Dionia soldiers who were in hot pursuit. In such a terrible situation, how could Titus dare to stop the retreating army? But when it rains, it pours. General Titus, there are a few hundred Dionic cavalry charging from the northwest. General Aulus is leading the cavalry to stop them. General Titus, more than 2,000 Dionia light infantry are rushing from the north, and they are less than 200 meters away. Titus did not expect the Dionysian army from Rome to arrive so quickly. He knew very well that there were more Dionia heavy infantry behind the Dionia light infantry. Now, the Roman army was surrounded by the Dionysian army from the east, the Woe coalition army from the south. The Dionysian army from Rome would soon pounce on them from the north, the Dionia cavalry in the northwest, and the only place that was not blocked by the enemy was the southwest. Titus was burning with anxiety. He felt that the retreating speed of the Roman army, which was still maintaining order and formation, was still too slow, and there was the danger of being surrounded at any time. In a moment of desperation, he gave an order: inform all soldiers not to maintain formation, drop the unnecessary heavy objects, and quickly retreat to Villette. At the same time, he ordered the orderly to immediately rush to the barracks of Tusterin and inform the dictator Camillus to retreat to the west. After Titus' order was issued, it did not take long for the entire Roman army to fall into a state of disunity. Everyone dropped the shields and spears in their hands, and even their helmets and breastplates, desperately fleeing forward. The Dionia soldiers, Wolsey, and Hellenic soldiers who were chasing after them naturally followed suit. The originally planned encirclement soon turned into a grand and chaotic chase and race. By the time Titus led his army to the battlefield, it had already become extremely chaotic. In the deafening shouts and dust, the Roman, Latin, Wolsey, Hellenic, and Dionia people were mixed together. Titus was stunned for a moment. He did not know how to intercept the enemy and ensure the smooth retreat of the Roman army. He did not need to make a decision at all. Under such a mighty momentum, the soldiers under his command quickly lost their will to fight and fled together with their compatriots. After the pursuit lasted for half an hour, the Dionia had to blow the bugle to retreat. At this time, the main force of the pursuit had run to the south of Tusterin Mountain. Most of the soldiers had lost their organization, and there were several Latin allies of Rome in the surroundings. If they were to launch a surprise attack at this time, the Devers did not dare to take any more risks. The soldiers escorted the captured Roman and land people while cleaning the battlefield and began to retreat one after another. At this time, the Devers were on the battlefield to meet the Polyvernine consul, Catamontalus, and the Hellenic general, Nemery, and others. In the past, when these Wolsey and Hellenic leaders heard about the magical rumors about Dionia and the king of Devers, they only treated it as a topic of conversation and did not take it too seriously. But this time, the Dionysian army, led by the Devers, had captured the city of Rome and finally defeated the Roman army. Such a brilliant record had already attracted the attention of the surrounding forces. Not to mention that after the Dionia occupied the city of Rome, they had successively conquered Cusrella, Venus, and Fidena, and forced Prinister to surrender. They had already taken root in the Latin region and replaced the previous Rome as the new overlord of this region. It was precisely because of this that Catamontalus and the others were a little reserved when they met the king of Dionia and the Devers. On the other hand, the Devers had a smile on his face and praised them. "It's a pleasure to see you all, the friendliest allies of Dionia. Thank you for your full cooperation. We have today's great victory." The Devers' words made the leaders of the Watch Coalition present feel very happy. Catamontalus bowed respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, it is because of your brilliant plan that we have followed it and achieved today's victory." This is Catamontalus, the Polyvernine consul, and also the commander of the Watch Coalition this time. Topyrus, who was at the side, quickly introduced. After listening to the translation, the Devers said solemnly, "Wolsey has unreservedly complete trust in us. Whether it was previously trying to prevent Rome's messengers from entering the Tullarus Valley to inform Camillus's army, or this time, you are willing to risk the loss of your territory to carry out our plan with all your might. All of these make me feel that although Wolsey and Dionia have only formed an alliance not long ago, you and I are already good allies who can trust each other and share weal and woe together. So please rest assured, Dionia will help Wolsey to gradually regain your lost territory and help you restore their prosperity." Catamontalus did not expect to receive a promise from the king of Devers at this moment. He was pleasantly surprised and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Then Nemery, the commander of the Herniki army, came forward to greet him. Of course, the Devers could not avoid making a promise to this new ally. He said sincerely, "Although you Hernicians have regained all your lost territory, I heard that you have suffered heavy losses in this war. Rebuilding your homeland is a difficult process. We, Dionia, have experienced such a painful experience before, so I know it very well. We will do our best to help you restore the prosperity of your territory as soon as possible and ensure your safety." The leaders of the Watch Coalition were happy to hear what the Devers said. At this time, Nemery asked again, "Your Majesty, Dionia defeated Rome and became the new master of Rome. Now some forces are worried that Dionia will become the second Rome." When the Devers heard this, they immediately became serious. "Thank you for your reminder. Which forces are you referring to?" Nemery was a little hesitant, but finally said, "I know of the Maxi and Equus. Before I gathered the warriors to participate in this battle, they had sent people to dissuade me and express their concerns in this regard." The Devers nodded. He glanced at the crowd and found that everyone's eyes were focused on him. He suddenly understood that this was probably not only a problem that the Equus and Maxi were worried about, but also a problem that all the forces around Rome were concerned about, of course, including the Wolsey and the Herniki. The Devers pondered for a moment, then said in a clear voice, "Dionia and Rome do not border each other, and there is no conflict of interest. It is because Rome has invaded your territory. When you are facing a survival crisis, we, Dionia, have decided to go to war with Rome in order to fulfill the covenant. Until now, Dionia has been fighting with Rome and Rome's allies. The towns that have been captured are also owned by Rome and Rome's allies. Whether it is the Maxi, Equus, Etruscans, or Sabines, as long as they are willing to live in peace with Dionia, we, Dionia, will never covet their land and fight with them for no reason. On the contrary, we, Dionia, are willing to be friendly with them, conduct trade, promote friendship, and jointly maintain peace and tranquility in this region. Literature Museum. Chapter 856. After listening to the Devers, the Herniki General Nemery no longer hesitated. He asked, "Your Majesty, if the Equus and the Maxi also request to form an alliance with Dionia, will you agree?" The Devers remembered that last year the Equus and the Maxi were lured by the Prignist rebellion and joined forces with the Volsci and the Herniki to invade Rome. However, they were defeated by Camillus. Then this year, during the period when the Roman army conquered the Herniki, these two races sent reinforcements, but they were defeated again and their strength was severely weakened. They hoped to form an alliance with Dionia to eliminate their worries and ensure the safety of their territory. After all, the rumor that Dionia abides by the covenant has been confirmed by the Volsci and the Herniki. I welcome it. The Devers smiled. I not only hope that the Maxi and Equus can form an alliance with Dionia, but also hope that the other forces around Rome can also become allies of Dionia. After the battle, the Devers did not invite the leaders of the Vok coalition army into Rome to celebrate. On the one hand, the Volsci were eager to rush back to their defenseless territory to prevent Rome's revenge. On the other hand, the Devers also considered the feelings of the people in Rome. Therefore, he distributed most of the spoils of war, mainly armors and weapons, to the Vok coalition army so that they could return with gratitude. In this battle, except for some casualties of the Vok coalition army, the Dionysian army's losses were negligible. The Roman army did not suffer many casualties either, but nearly 2,000 of them were captured. The worst was the Latin army. More than 4,000 of them were captured. Most of the Roman soldiers successfully escaped back to Villette. It seemed that the Roman army did not suffer many losses. However, this defeat was another blow to the prestige of Rome in the alliance, especially since Dionia had captured so many Latin soldiers. Therefore, after the battle, the Devers did not ask Printos to withdraw the siege troops back to Rome. Instead, they put the 4th and Legio VI under Printos' command and asked him to step up the attack on Gabii City and take it as soon as possible. After returning to Rome with the joy of victory, the Devers called Publius and gave him an important task: persuade the Roman soldiers on Mount Capitoline to surrender. They also promised him that if the Roman soldiers on the mountain dared to hurt him, Dionia would bury everyone on the mountain with him. Whether he succeeded or not, he would become the new senator of the kingdom of Dionia and speak for the rights of the Roman citizens in the Senate. For this reason, Publius made careful preparations. The next day, he climbed Mount Capitoline with anxiety. At the same time, he brought along a Roman noble who lived in Villette City and a Roman soldier who was captured in the battle yesterday. He was also a noble. After the Roman soldiers received the order, they opened the pass. Publius, who had been waiting at the foot of the mountain for a long time, stepped into the mountainside of Capitoline. The Roman patrolling soldiers who passed by stared at him strangely. Some of them even cursed at him. He was already mentally prepared, so he pretended not to hear them and followed closely behind the leading soldier. At the same time, he carefully observed the surrounding environment. The reason why the Roman soldiers chose Mount Capitoline as the garrison was that it was the highest hill in the city of Rome. The mountainside was relatively steep, but the top was relatively flat and lush with trees. The Roman people thought that it was a gift from the gods. They must like to live in such a beautiful place, so they built the main temple on the top of the mountain. However, when Publius went up the mountain, he was shocked by what he saw along the way. In less than 20 days, more than half of the trees on the mountain had been cut down. Simple wooden houses and tents were set up everywhere on the bare mountain ridge. Countless people in ragged clothes were lying on the ground. All of them looked emaciated and their eyes were lifeless. Along the way, Publius recognized many acquaintances. They were all civilians living in Sirio and Mount Verna. They were either the patrons of the great nobles or some civilians who had settled in Rome a few generations ago. In the past, most of them were powerful helpers used by the nobles to deal with other civilians. At this moment, they were hugging their wives and children tightly. When they saw him, they only rolled their eyes. They did not even have the energy to wave or greet him. Seeing their miserable state, Publius once again firmly believed that it was the right decision to lead his family to submit to the kingdom of Dionia. When he arrived at the top of Capitoline Mountain, the courtyards of the supposedly solemn temples were also crowded with people who had fled up the mountain. Not only did they make the quiet and clean sacred courtyards noisy and dirty, but the air was also filled with an unpleasant stench. Seeing this, Publius felt anger rise in his heart. At the same time, he also felt a little sad. Therefore, when some nobles recognized him and learned that he was here to negotiate as the envoy of Dionia, they all cursed and spat at him. Some even rushed up to beat him up. However, these people who could not eat their fill and walked unsteadily could not break through the protection of the guards. Publius did not care about them at all. Instead, he looked at them with pity. Finally, the soldiers brought him to the rear hall of the Temple of Jupiter. "Please come in, envoy of Dionia." The guard captain deliberately emphasized the word Dionia to show his contempt for Publius. Publius took a deep breath and strode into the hall. "You still have the face to come here, Publius Manlius. As the patriarch of one of the most glorious clans in Rome, you have abandoned the glory of your ancestors, tarnished the reputation of your family, and shamelessly sided with the enemies of Rome. Now, you dare to step into this sacred hall. The angry Jupiter will punish you severely." Publius recognized that the person who said this was Marugenins. If it was in the past, he would have been very afraid to talk to this prestigious old senator because he was the strongest supporter of the execution of Marcus. He also disliked the Manlius clan and often ridiculed them. But today, Publius looked straight at him, who was sitting in front of him and glaring at him. He was very calm. "Today, I am the envoy of Dionia. The king of Dionia has sent me to discuss important matters with you. There is no need to say any more nonsense here." Nonsense! Marugenins was even angrier. He suddenly stood up and shouted at Publius, "Do you know why we let you in?" "That is because we want to punish you, the traitor, like how we punished Marcus. Guards!" Along with this shout, 2 menacing guards walked in. Publius immediately felt nervous. He tried to calm himself down and shouted, "Kill me!" "Then you must be prepared to let all the people on this mountain and other Rome nobles captured by Dionia be buried with me." There was a commotion in the hall. "Publius, you don't have to threaten us. When your body falls from the cliff and becomes a meat paste, it will not take long for the Dionia you rely on to be defeated by the army led by Camillus. We will return to the city below and rebuild the post-war Rome, just like in the past." Abilius immediately stood up and shouted loudly to inspire people. Publius laughed. "You are still dreaming of returning to Rome. I suggest you ask the 2 people I brought up the mountain now, Decimus, Julius Bruce. You are all very familiar with him. More than 10 years ago, he took the initiative to move his family to Veii. This was a big news in Rome at that time. Now he will tell you how Dionia easily captured Casrella and Veii, and then captured him. The other person, you Marugenins, are even more familiar with, Dominius Camillus Scilla. This is your young clansman. He used to be a platoon leader in the army led by Camillus. He will tell you how Camillus's army was defeated many times. Now, these defeated soldiers have retreated to Saturnicum, and are afraid that the Dionysian army will attack them." As soon as Publius's words came out, the entire hall was in an uproar, and the sound of discussion rose. It had been more than 20 days since the fall of Rome. Other than the battle that evening, the city of Rome had remained calm. As the days passed, the senators already had a bad feeling in their hearts, but they did not expect the situation to be so bad. "Lies. This is a lie," Abilius hurriedly refuted, but it was obvious that he did not have enough confidence. "I don't care what happened outside. As a traitor, you should receive the most severe punishment." After the initial shock, Marugenins still spoke in a tough tone. Publius avoided his threatening gaze and looked around at the senators of Rome who were in a heated discussion. The panic and uneasiness on their faces calmed him down a little. He took a deep breath and shouted, "In this case, I have no regrets with all the nobles of Rome accompanying me to die. Come." With that, he waved at the two guards, then turned and walked out of the hall. "Wait a minute," someone among the senators shouted. Publius's nervous mood suddenly relaxed, and he slowly turned around. "As the envoy of Dionia, what matter do you have to negotiate with us here?" Potitus asked loudly. Chapter 8:57. At this point, Publius felt sour in his heart. He exhaled softly and then said loudly, "Therefore, the king of Dionia wishes for you to surrender." The meeting hall suddenly erupted again. Many senators stood up angrily and said to Publius, "The people of Rome would rather die in battle than surrender," and other similar words. Of course, there were also some senators who whispered in frustration, "How come even Phaedrus and Gabii are occupied by the people of Dionia?" And other similar words. "Isn't the king of Dionia too confident?" Potitus sneered, "Even if what you said just now is true, it's not like we haven't experienced it when the Celts invaded, and the situation was worse than this time. In the end, we still won. The invasion of the Celts is completely different from the invasion of Dionia. I believe that although you are trapped on the mountain, you should be able to feel it." Publius retorted loudly. The Celts burned, killed, and looted in the Etruria and Latin regions, causing all races to oppose them. Their atrocities were punished by the gods, causing them to be infected with the plague. In the end, they were defeated by the united Latin people, led by Camillus. But now, Publius shook his head and pointed to the foot of the mountain outside the door. Not only did the Etrurian city-states ally with Dionia, but the Latin city-states such as Prinister and Bonae also successively submitted to Dionia. Even the civilians of Rome in the city have become citizens of the kingdom of Dionia. Except here, the city of Rome has completely become a city of Dionia. Instead, you have become the isolated people of the Latin region. False. What you said is false. Dionia is an invader. The Etrurian and Latin city-states will never ally with it. They will only be loyal to Rome. In the chaotic meeting hall, Senator Lucretius roared hysterically. Publius turned to look at him, his eyes filled with pity. "I have no need to lie. You can ask Decimus and Dominicus later. They will tell you the truth. It's time to wake up from your sweet dreams." Potitus, Maruginus, and Butus, Scipio the Great, and the others looked at each other. Publius' words confirmed the worries in their hearts. Finally, Potitus coughed lightly and said, "We already know why you are here. We want to discuss this matter. You can go out and wait for our decision." Publius saluted. As he turned and walked out of the hall, the faces of his former colleagues were no longer as arrogant as they used to be. Instead, they were filled with fear and jealousy. This gave him an indescribable sense of joy. He raised his head and walked out of the hall step by step. As he left the dark rear hall, he saw Decimus and Domitius being led into the hall by the guards. A few hours later, he was led into the rear hall again. Only Ambustus was left in the rear hall. "Have you made your decision?" Publius asked directly. "Sit down and talk, Publius." Ambustus did not answer immediately. Instead, he pointed to the seat that had been prepared for him. Publius did not stand on ceremony. He sat down and crossed his arms in front of his chest. "Based on my understanding of the Senate of Rome, your decision must be to refuse to surrender, right?" Ambustus looked at him and did not speak. "I'm actually very happy to see you not surrender because you are all a group of selfish, arrogant, and cruel people. It's best for you to die on this mountain." Publius said sarcastically, then changed the topic. "But on this mountain, besides you, there are your families and other people, especially those commoners. They are already lying on the ground with hunger. They can't even make a sound. Do you have the heart to let them die with you? There are thousands of people here. Do you really want the aristocracy of Rome to be completely extinct? Ambustus' face twitched a few times. He did not respond directly. Instead, he said softly, Publius, Marcus insisted on helping the commoners and almost provoked civil strife. The Senate had no choice but to make such a decision. It turns out that what Marcus did was right. If the Senate had passed his suggestions at that time, the commoners of Rome would not have turned to Dionia today, and you would not have fallen into such a predicament today. Publius loudly vented his dissatisfaction with the Senate of Rome that he had suppressed in his heart all these years. Maybe we have made some wrong decisions over the years. Ambutus sighed, stared at him, and said in a heavy tone, As one of the oldest clans in Rome, the manliest clan has lived here for generations. There are many relatives of your family who are related by marriage on this mountain. There are people who have given you favors, and there are people you have helped before. Do you have the heart to abandon all of this, including Jupiter and Juno, whom you have believed in since you were a child? Publius frowned and interrupted him. What are you trying to say? Ambustus looked at him sincerely and said with a pained expression, We underestimated the war with Dionia. We originally thought that even if they captured Rome, as long as Camillus' army returned, we could recapture Rome again. That's why we brought so many people up the mountain. But according to what you said, the army led by Camillus has been defeated, so the plan to return to Rome is far away, and our food supply is already very tight. Alas, I believe you have seen the tragic situation of the people when you went up the mountain. In a few days, they may starve to death on this mountain because there is no food to eat. At this point, tears glistened in Ambustus' eyes. You guessed it right. We are not going to surrender, but we hope that we can allow them to go down the mountain and surrender so that they will not become food for the crows. Publius was stunned. Ambustus' request made him feel very embarrassed. By besieging the Capitoline mountain, the Dionia forced the Romans on the mountain to surrender by starving them of food. Ambustus wanted to arrange for most of the people who caused the greatest food consumption to go down the mountain so that he could continue to hold on. The shrewd king of Dionia would not let the Roman senator succeed with this clever proposal. Seeing that Publius was silent, Ambustus immediately put his hands on the ground, bent down, and knocked his forehead heavily on the ground. Publius was shocked and hurriedly got up to avoid it. Ambustus, what are you doing? Please, save your compatriots. Ambustus begged. It's useless. The king of Devers will not agree. Publius shook his head vigorously. Ambustus did not speak, but kept lying on the ground. If it was Potitus or Maruginans doing this, it would only have the opposite effect. However, Ambustus had a good relationship with Publius in the past. After a long time, he sighed helplessly and finally responded, Well, I will try my best to persuade the king of Devers. Thank you, thank you. I thank you on behalf of the people on the mountain. Ambustus sat up and said gratefully, You don't have to thank me. I'll be content if you don't curse me a few more times. Publius said self-deprecatingly. Ambustus coughed a few times awkwardly, but don't have too much hope. The king of Dionia is very dissatisfied with the nobles of Rome, now that you have made this suggestion. Even if they are allowed to go down the mountain in the end, I'm afraid it will not end well. Publius warned. Ambustus smiled bitterly. There's hope as long as we are alive. We can't ask for more. Publius was silent. By the way, have you seen my youngest daughter and son-in-law in the city? Are they doing well now? Ambustus asked eagerly. Your son-in-law and daughter are imprisoned in their own house, but they are not harmed. The king of Devers seems to be interested in Stolo. Yesterday he even let him meet the captive Minucius. Minucius was also captured. Ambustus was surprised. That's why I came to persuade you to surrender, because you have no hope anymore. Publius took the opportunity to persuade again. Ambustus did not speak. This is the condition proposed by the Rome senators. The Devers looked straight at Publius without anger or joy. Yes, your majesty. Publius did not dare to make eye contact with the Devers. He lowered his head and said respectfully, "After I went up the mountain, I have been patiently persuading them. I even brought the nobles of Rome who were captured in the previous battles, hoping that they could recognize the truth, but they still refused to compromise. I could only bring back their proposal. You've worked hard." The Devers praised him, then said in a flat tone, "It seems that these stubborn senators of Rome still haven't given up." Publius' heart tightened, and he did not dare to answer. The Devers walked a few steps in the center of the Senate with his hands behind his back. Suddenly he asked, "How many people from Rome are on the mountain?" "About 6,000 people." 6,000 people. The Devers pondered for a while and asked again, after the Celts captured Rome, how many people were guarding Capitoline Mountain? Publius did not understand why the Devers asked this question. He answered truthfully, 532 people. The Devers thought for a while, turned to face him, and said decisively, "I agreed to their request and allowed those people from Rome to go down the mountain. But they can only be public servants of the kingdom, and only 500 people can stay on the mountain." When Henneborus heard this, he hurriedly persuaded, "Your Majesty, this is a trick of the people of Rome. They want to." Chapter 858. Of course I understand what they want. The Devers smiled confidently. They want to be the heroes of Rome again, so I'll give them this chance. Let's see if their dream can finally come true. Hearing this, Hannibalus was immediately relieved of his worries, and wished that he could immediately describe this scene and use it as an important source for his biography. On the other hand, Publius had mixed feelings. On the one hand, he was happy that he had fulfilled his promise and put an end to his worries. On the other hand, he was also impressed by the Devers' generosity and heroism. He did not have any hope for the remaining forces of Rome. In fact, what they did not know was that the Devers made this decision mainly because of the following factors. First, Capitoline Mountain was located in the city, and there were as many as 5,000 to 6,000 people on the mountain. If they really starved to death because they ran out of food, he was afraid that it would cause a plague, which would bring great trouble to the Dionysian army during the war. It was also not conducive to the rapid restoration of the prosperity of Rome. Second, the death of thousands of people in the city was too tragic. Not only would the Devers feel sorry for them, but it would also affect the people of Rome who had already surrendered to Dionia. It would affect their impression of the kingdom of Dionia, which would not be conducive to their integration. Third, he learned from Publius that most of the noble soldiers in Camillus's army had their families on Capitoline Mountain. When they had them, it would be easier for Dionia to deal with the Rome army that had retreated to the city of Saturnicum. After getting the consent of the Devers, Publius went up the mountain again, and the two sides quickly reached an agreement. The next day, the people on the mountain were sent back down the mountain, and the senators of Rome allowed a team of Dionia soldiers to enter the mountain to supervise the whole process according to the agreement, mainly to see if the senators of Rome abided by the agreement and only left 500 people behind. The people of Rome who came to the foot of the mountain were escorted by the Dionia soldiers. More often than not, they had to support them to the designated place to be imprisoned. There was sadness on their faces, but there was more relief on their faces. After all, the days of starvation were finally over. The commoners of Rome also came to the square to watch the fun. When they saw the families of the nobles that they had envied in the past now had withered faces and were in a trance, they could not help but sigh. Potitus, Marigularensis, and the other elders of Rome, as well as the remaining hundreds of Rome soldiers, stood on the top of the cliff and watched their loved ones step into the area occupied by the enemy. Until the entire Capitoline Mountain became empty and quiet again, they still stood like stone statues for a long time. After a long time, the coughs of a few elders broke the deathly silence. Scipio the Great shouted at the soldiers, "Citizens, we must defend this place with all our might. Guard the temple of our Rome. Wait for the final victory to arrive. Roar!" The soldiers roared in unison, but their roars were more tragic. Aquilonia, one of the 3 major towns of the Hilpini, the other 2 being Beneventum and Abenalum, was located more than 50 miles northwest of the city of Venosa in the kingdom of Dionia's Pacheti region. This was just the distance in a straight line, but in fact the distance was double the distance on foot. It was less than 50 miles southwest of Asculum in the Downey region. In the past, it had been the forward base for the Hilpini to invade the lowland areas of Apulia, including this time, and it had benefited from it. It had become the most powerful tribal settlement in the southeast of the Hilpini territory, and had also become a powerful barrier to the southwest of the Hilpini tribe. Its city was built on a hill up to 500 meters high, and it was surrounded by continuous mountains with an average height of about 300 meters. It would take a lot of effort for the army to reach there, let alone attack. Since Alexis had made up his mind to take Aquilonia, he naturally made meticulous preparations. He transferred the light infantry and light armor brigade of the 11th Legion, then 2 heavy infantry brigades, light armor, and light infantry brigades of the 10th Legion, plus the engineering battalion, medical battalion, supply battalion, and the mountain reconnaissance team. There are more than 6,000 people in total. He also had a large pack carrying enough food for the army for more than 10 days, and 10 Abenolomians sent by Gurnia's guides. At dawn, he led the army from Venosa and headed north to the south bank of the Orfanto River. They then marched upstream along the Orfanto River valley. Their march was relatively smooth, and they were not harassed by the Samni. It was understandable. In the previous 2 battles, the Samni were seriously injured, and now they were concentrating their main forces to attack the Campania alliance. There were not many young and strong tribesmen left in the territory who could fight. Therefore, this smooth march boosted Alexis's confidence in taking Aquilonia. In the afternoon, the Dionysian army arrived at a bend in the upper reaches of the Orfanto River. This was where the Orfanto River converged with a larger tributary, so the terrain was flat and the area was relatively open. It was also 10 miles south of the city of Aquilonia. This was also the camp that Alexis had chosen after learning about the surrounding terrain from the Abenolomian guides. This was because the north side of the bend was facing the narrow lowland between the mountains. This lowland was also tens of meters high. Through it, they could get close to the mountains where the city of Aquilonia was located. Therefore, he ordered the army to seize the time to build a camp on the south bank of the bend. The whole army immediately began to work according to the previous division of labor. The engineers surveyed the surrounding terrain and determined the area for the camp. The soldiers used sickles and axes to cut down the weeds and trees in the area. Then, they leveled the ground and built wooden fences. Most importantly, they tried to burn the grass in the swamp area to smoke away the mosquitoes that were hiding in it. Fortunately, the Orfanto River was not a large river, and it rarely flooded. Therefore, the swamp area of the bend was very small. However, the fire and smoke would definitely attract the attention of the surrounding Samni tribes. In order to ensure that the soldiers had enough rest and health, and that they had enough strength and energy to deal with the difficult battle that was coming, Alexis felt that it was worth it. In order to build a preliminary camp and lay a good foundation for the next attack, at dusk, Alexis even ordered people to light up the camp around the camp to light up the soldiers' hard work. The soldiers also knew that this was not a normal place. The terrain was unfamiliar and complicated. Not only were there wild beasts, snakes, and insects in the mountains, there were also fierce enemies. Therefore, there was no need for the captain to urge them. They ignored the tiredness and built the camp. They knew that only by building a good camp could they sleep well in this dangerous mountain range. After dusk, the camp began to take shape. A wooden fence was built on the outside, and a simple circle of deer abatis was set up outside the fence. Inside the fence and at the 4 corners of the camp, there was a patchwork of sentries. Inside the camp, there were rows of rectangular tents. These tents were sewn together with animal skin. They were strong and had a large coverage area. They could completely cover the space inside the tents. Not only could they prevent snakes and insects from biting them, they could also shelter them from wind, frost, rain, and snow. Each tent could accommodate a small team of soldiers to rest. This was similar to the barracks in the army's territory. This way, familiar comrades could also relax and quickly sleep in an unfamiliar battlefield environment. This also made it easier for the squad leader to manage the camp. One company occupied an area within the camp. There was a relatively large gap between them and the other company's tent area. 6 companies were arranged in a ring, surrounding the medical camp, engineering camp, and supply camp in the middle. Usually, because of the heavy smell and noise of the pack beasts in the supply camp, the pack beasts were usually arranged at the side of the camp. But this time, because the camp was not perfect and its defense was weak, it was easy to be attacked if it was placed outside the camp. Also, fighting in the mountains made it difficult to transport food. Pack beasts were very important. At the very center of the camp was the commander's tent. Outside of the tent was a large brazier. The continuously burning flame allowed the officers and soldiers in the camp to find the commander even in the dark. While the soldiers were building the camp, Alexis specially arranged for a company to have enough rest. When all the soldiers began to sleep, this company began to stand guard, keep watch, and patrol the camp in the dark. Leclesis, a Messapian, was the flag bearer of the Taurus victory 2 years ago. Now he was already a captain of a company. As the commanding officer on duty tonight, he ordered the 4 squads under his command to stand guard in the east, west, south, north, and south of the campsite. He also solemnly instructed the 4 squad leaders. You must keep your eyes open and observe any abnormalities outside the campsite. Report immediately if you find anything unusual. If anyone is careless or even sleeps, I will definitely punish them according to military law. There will be no mercy. After arranging the tasks, he personally followed the first team to patrol the north side of the camp. This was because he knew that the possibility of enemies appearing in this direction was very high. Late at night, the soldiers had already entered dreamland, but it was not quiet outside the camp. The howling of wolves in the forest, the croaking of frogs by the river, the chirping of birds in the swamp, the chirping of insects in the grass, and the gurgling of water. This was the most beautiful melody of nature, but this harmony would soon be broken. The water birds would slap the water in panic, the frogs would stop chirping in alarm, and there would be noisy footsteps on the other side of the river. "Company captain, there are enemies!" The soldier on the sentry tower warned. "Don't worry. First see how many enemies there are," Leclesis said calmly. He couldn't disturb the commander's rest just because there were a few enemies. That would only give Alexis the impression of incompetence. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 859. Not long after, figures entered the range illuminated by the torches on the wooden fence of the camp. They wore thin clothes, and most of them did not have armor to protect them. They were holding javelins or bows as they waded into the water. At a glance, there were at least 100 of them, and there were still enemies entering the fire. Leclesis did not dare to delay and immediately sent soldiers to inform the main tent. Alexis was not asleep at all. After receiving the news of the enemy attack, she immediately sent 2 light infantry battalions as reinforcements. When they gathered and rushed to the south of the camp, Leclesis was leading the soldiers under his command to protect themselves with long shields, and then they fought back with javelins with some difficulty. Many of the soldiers' long shields were pierced with several javelins. Due to the lack of time, the army did not have time to dig trenches and build earthen walls. A simple wooden fence could only serve as a barrier and could not provide the soldiers with defensive height. Therefore, when the Samni people approached within 20 meters of the camp and both sides launched mid-range attacks, the soldiers lost their defensive advantage. On the contrary, the Samni people used their numbers to suppress Leclesis and the others with javelins, and the Samni archers behind them took the opportunity to fire arrows into the camp. According to the military law of Dionia, in the construction of a field camp, the tent area must be more than 20 meters away from the wall. This could ensure that the soldiers could pass smoothly while defending, and also avoid being easily attacked by the enemy from long range. Considering that the camp had not built a wall, Alexis also increased the distance between the tent area and the wooden fence to 30 meters. However, the Samni archers were too close to the wooden fence, and the arrows fired still ignited several tents, causing some chaos in the camp. The soldiers had to get up to put out the fire. After the arrival of 2,000 Ionia light infantry, they quickly changed the situation. The Samni people retreated with dozens of dead and injured people, but they did not go far. Instead, they circled around the Ionia camp and let out strange roars. From time to time, they would attack the sentries with javelins or fire arrows into the camp, causing no peace in the camp for the whole night. But by the next morning, they had all disappeared without a trace. The soldiers of the Legion had been tossed around for the whole night, and many of them did not rest well. In view of this, Alexis ordered all the soldiers to continue building the camp. Before dusk, they must dig trenches, build solid earthen walls, and erect a few more sentry towers. At the same time, the captain should arrange for the soldiers' rest to ensure that they were full of energy. In this regard, the adjutant Matthias was puzzled. "Commander, why don't we attack Aquilonia immediately? Every day that we delay here will consume one more day of rations, and it will also give the Aquilonians time to prepare for defense, which will make it more difficult for us to attack. Even if we let Aquilonia prepare for another day, I'm afraid it will not affect our attack too much." Alexis looked at the vast mountains on the other side of the Orfanto River, and her eyes flashed with a deep light. "Compared to a hasty attack, I am more concerned about the condition of the soldiers. They are all from the Apulia region. Although they have been trained to fight in the mountains in the military camp, they have never had the experience of living in the mountains. They need some time to adapt quickly and maintain their physical strength and energy for the upcoming difficult battle." A tough battle. Matthias carefully pondered over this ambiguous sentence. At dusk, under the joint efforts of more than 6,000 soldiers, a 3-meter-high earthen wall and a trench outside the wall were built outside the camp. Therefore, although there were still attacks from the Samni that night, the threat to the camp was almost negligible, and the soldiers slept relatively well. After dawn, Alexis left 500 heavy infantry to guard the camp and took 5,500 soldiers and some support personnel with 5 days of rations, crossed the Orfanto River, and set out for the city of Aquilonia. Although they were marching on the low ground between the mountains, this low ground was not low, and the further north they went, the higher the terrain became. The soldiers trudged on the rugged mountain road, and when they looked up, they could see the narrow blue sky separated by the mountains on both sides. In order to prevent ambushes or sneak attacks from the Samni, Alexis sent all 100 soldiers of the mountain reconnaissance team to the mountains on both sides of the mountain opposite to the main army, and at the same time to investigate the abnormalities in the surroundings. Except for the 1,500 heavy infantry who did not wear armor, but carried their weapons on their backs, the other soldiers were fully armed. Of course, they did not have many layers of protection on their bodies. Even so, most of them began to pant before they even reached the halfway point of the journey. Fortunately, this mountain road was not untraveled. On the contrary, the Aquilonians often used this road to fish, bathe, draw water, graze cattle and sheep. Therefore, there were almost no headaches on the mountain road, and there were almost no thorns on the road. Although it was already June, and the temperature had begun to rise, marching in the mountains not only did not feel very hot, but the further they went, the cooler it became. But for the soldiers of Pichetti and Downey who grew up in the Apulian plains, this part of the mountain road made them feel like suffering. The high and low, and the winding mountain road made them have to walk carefully, and it was very exhausting. Mosquito bites and the constant scratching of the trees and weeds soon made them feel itchy all over. The soldiers began to complain. Laeclesis, on the other hand, was very focused on moving forward. There was a fire in his heart. In the attack of the Samni the night before yesterday, 5 people in his company died, 12 were injured, and several tents were burned. He had been blaming himself, thinking that it was because he called for reinforcements too late, which led to such a terrible result. In the previous 2 battles, in Ascurum and Venosa, the Dionysian army easily won, giving him the illusion that the Samni were easy to deal with. But in the attack the night before yesterday, the heavy javelins thrown by the Samni were fierce and accurate. When the long shields were hit head-on, they could sometimes cause penetration, which was the main reason for the soldiers' deaths and injuries. Although Alexis did not criticize him, he secretly made up his mind. I must take Aquilonia and avenge the deaths of my brothers. So, along the way, he constantly cheered the soldiers on, encouraging them to move forward. Even when some soldiers were tired and fell behind, he would take the initiative to help them carry their armor. Aquilonia was only 10 miles away from the new Dionia camp, but the Dionysian army trekked for nearly 4 hours before they finally walked out of the long and narrow lowland and entered a small semicircular valley. There was a mountain on the east side of the valley that was relatively short, and the mountain facing the west had a gentle slope. Unlike the other lush and green mountains, there were very few trees on the hillside, but some houses were scattered among the mountains, and dozens of sheep could be seen leisurely grazing on the mountain. Some of the sharp-eyed soldiers looked up and could vaguely see the wooden wall at the top of the mountain. That was the city of Aquilonia. Although the mountain it was located on was shorter than the other mountains and not as steep, it was still a few hundred meters high. Just looking at this height made the soldiers a little nervous, not to mention the fact that they were going to attack the city. Alexis first looked at the mountain where the city of Aquilonia was located for a long time, then carefully observed the valley. The engineer came over and told him that the ground of the valley was mixed with gravel, but it was still soft. Then, let's build the camp, Alexis said calmly. But when the order was passed on to the whole army, the soldiers sighed one after another. But before building the camp, the soldiers first had to eat their dry rations and rest for a while to replenish their physical strength. Then, under the command of the team officers, they reluctantly picked up the tools and began to dig the ground. At this time, the captain of the mountain reconnaissance team ran in front of Alexis, panting. "Commander, our scouts on the mountain saw thousands of Simonians rushing here from the west." When Alexis heard the news, not only was he not shocked, but he seemed a little relieved. He asked unhurriedly, "How many are there? How far are they from here?" "Because of the cover of the mountain, I can't see the full picture of the enemy. I think there are no less than 5,000 people. When I came over, they were at least 3 miles away," the captain estimated and replied. Alexis turned to look at the west side of the valley. The mountain there was not only relatively low and easy to cross, but there was also a mountain road between the mountains leading to the west. "Commander," his adjutant reminded, "if the Aquilonian reinforcements arrive, we will be attacked from both sides. We should immediately retreat to the camp to avoid fighting with the same number of Simonians in the mountains." The Simonians really did hide an army in the mountains to lure us into the trap. Alexis smiled coldly and said to her adjutant, "Mathesius, do you know why I've been communicating with Santaparis, Borit, and Gurney these past few days?" Matthias' mind flashed, and he exclaimed, "Could it be?" Immediately informed the soldiers to stop building the camp, put on their armor, take up their weapons, and prepare for battle. In fact, the Simonian coalition army's decision to give up on the Downey area and attack the Campania alliance was not only to avoid the strong and attack the weak, but also because the leaders of the several tribes deeply realized that they could no longer fight the Dionysian army on the plains, even if it was just to harass them. They should use the Simonians' advantage to fight them in the mountains. However, the Dionysian army was very cautious and did not march into the mountains. Therefore, after some discussion, they decided to let the coalition army attack Campania. They also wanted to achieve another goal, to give the Dionysian army in Downey the illusion that the main force of the Simonians was in Campania and the mountains were defenseless, to lure the Dionysian army into the mountains. Chapter 860. As soon as Alexis led her army into the mountains, they were discovered by Aquilonia's spies. The Aquilonians immediately sent their warriors, who were best at long distance running in the mountains, to the northwest, Khadim, which was more than 100 miles away. The remaining military power of the Samanai tribal alliance was hidden in the territory of Khadim, 7,000 warriors. The general of the army was Uzbek, the chief of the major tribe of Khadim. When he heard the news yesterday afternoon, he was overjoyed, thinking that the opportunity for revenge had come. Moreover, the messenger of Aquilonia urged him again and again, because there were only about 200 warriors in the city of Aquilonia. Even if they relied on the dangerous terrain, they might not be able to hold on for long. So Uzbek quickly gathered these 7,000 warriors and rushed to the rescue of Aquilonia. It was not until noon that they arrived near the territory of Aquilonia. The warriors, led by Uzbek, came from each of the 4 major tribes. They were led by their respective chiefs. As the army marched, their formation gradually became scattered, and the distance between the front and the back was more than 3 miles. By the time the middle part of Uzbek's army crossed the mountain ridge, the warriors at the front had already rushed down the valley and directly launched an attack on the Dionysian army. Seeing this, Uzbek knew that he could not stop the attack, so he simply let it go. He ordered the troops in the middle to slow down, waiting for the warriors at the back to arrive, while paying attention to the situation at the front. The main attack on the Dionysian army was made up of more than 1,000 Hilpini warriors, most of whom were javelin throwers. The Hilpini tribe had suffered the heaviest losses in this battle. These warriors not only hated the Dionia, but also feared them. So after they rushed down the slope, not only did they slow down, but they also spread out. Using the hills and trees as cover, they slowly approached the Dionysian army, like hunting lynx. At this time, the Dionysian army occupied a higher place in the valley. 1,500 heavy infantry spread out in a semicircle, all of them half-squatting, forming a shield formation. Behind them were 2 light infantry battalions of 1,000 archers. They nocked their arrows and watched the approaching enemy. Behind the archers were 1,000 javelin throwers. 1,000 light armored soldiers joined the heavy infantry formation, forming the eastern line of defense, watching out for enemies that might come down from the city of Aquilonia. This also made the whole formation an oval. The remaining 1,000 light armored soldiers were scattered in the empty space in the middle of this oval formation. Alexis stood on a rock. She could see through the soldiers in the formation in front of her and see the approaching enemy. The scene in front of her made her frown. At this time, most of the Samiad warriors had entered the archers' shooting range. However, they were scattered in groups of 2s and 3s, 50 meters away from the front of the army. They used the mounds, rocks, and trees as cover, so the Dionia archers did not dare to rashly fire in unison, because the damage would be very low. Go and inform the 2 light infantry captains. Advise them to let the soldiers attack on their own, but pay attention to saving arrows and javelins, because today's battle may last for a long time, Alexis ordered in a tone of uncertainty. After the 2 light infantry captains conveyed the order, the archers, who had been granted autonomy, became even more focused. They picked up their bows and arrows and aimed them at the area in front of them. However, they were not confident that they could hit the enemies who were hiding, so they held back their arrows and did not fire. The Samiad warriors did not continue to advance because the Dionia soldiers had cleared the area 30 to 40 meters in front of the formation. They cut down the weeds that were too tall and cut down the miscellaneous trees. Due to the limited time, there were still some big trees and large rocks left, but the entire field of vision was much wider. In addition, the Dionia soldiers had a high position. If they continued to advance, they might increase the risk of being shot. Both sides suddenly fell into a state of silence, but the atmosphere was getting more and more tense. "Captain, why aren't they attacking yet?" A heavy infantry turned around and asked Leclesis behind him in a low voice. "Calm down." Leclesis reminded in a low voice, "Focus. Hide your body and hold the shield tight." The attack 2 nights ago made Alexis and the team officers realize the power of the Samiads' heavy javelins. After discussion, They decided that when defending with the shield formation, the soldiers could insert the lower end of the shield into the ground, pull the inner side of the shield tightly with both hands, squat sideways, and try not to touch the shield. This was to reduce the damage caused to the soldiers after the javelins penetrated the shield. I know. Captain, you've said it many times before, the soldier replied impatiently. Attention! The enemy is coming. Leclesis said seriously. The soldier hurriedly turned around and poked his head out from the top of the shield. He looked out and saw the little red dots in the green field moving towards the formation. Every time the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia participated in military training, the first event of almost every time was to stand in formation on the field, motionless for at least half an hour. The Samoyed warriors obviously did not have special training in this area. The two sides stood still for less than 10 minutes, and some of the warriors could not bear the pressure. Some of the warriors left their cover and began to move forward because the range of the heavy javelins was within 30 meters, which naturally led to the other warriors. Then the Dionia archers began to shoot at the target they had aimed at. The Samoyed warriors held a small round wooden shield in their left hand to block the top of their head and held a javelin in their right hand. Their bare feet stepped on the uneven ground, but they could quickly run in a zigzag pattern, wanting to quickly get close to the enemy formation. However, the Dionia archers continued to shoot arrows, which greatly hindered the advance of the Samoyed warriors. Their wooden shields were too small, and there was almost no protection on their bodies. When dodging arrows, if they paused for a moment, several arrows might be shot at them from several directions at the same time, making it impossible for them to dodge. In a short period of time, many Samoyed warriors fell in the area between 50 and 30 meters. When they were about to advance to 30 meters, they were not greeted with arrows, but javelins. The thin wooden shields could not withstand the powerful javelins at all, and were directly smashed. Some of the Samoyed warriors were lucky enough to escape the arrows and javelins, and then hurriedly threw the javelins in their hands. Most of them were blocked by the shield formation, and a few flew into the formation, causing a few screams. However, compared to the casualties of the Samoyed warriors, it was too insignificant. Therefore, the morale of the Samoyed warriors was greatly affected, and the momentum of their attack quickly weakened. At this moment, the Samoyed warriors' retreat horn sounded. The Samoyed warriors, whose fighting spirit had been weakened by the groans of their injured companions, quickly retreated to a distance of 50 meters from the Dionia formation. However, they did not go far away. Instead, they stared fiercely at the Dionia soldiers in front of them, as if they were ready to attack again at any time. This made the Dionia team officers dare not order the soldiers to pick up the arrows and javelins. Yuzabic rushed over with the troops behind him and joined the vanguard. As the attack just now had caused the Samoyed warriors to suffer losses, the leaders of the army took the initiative to surround Yuzabic. The position where the Dionia people are at is too open. We can't attack directly like this, or the losses will be great. Don't attack? What about my injured tribesmen? They are still lying in front of the Dionia formation, waiting for our rescue. I think we should go behind the enemy's formation and attack from there. That won't work. Their light infantry can still move to the other side and stop our attack. The leaders argued all at once, but Yuzabic did not stop them. He looked at them quietly until everyone was arguing until their faces were red with anger, but they still could not come up with a unified opinion. An old Hilpini leader finally could not help but ask eagerly, Yuzabic, you're the commander of the entire army appointed by the great leaders. What should we do? His words caused the leaders to temporarily stop arguing and focus their attention on Yuzabic. Only then did Yuzabic say seriously, Leaders, the Dionia people have occupied a favorable terrain and have arranged their formation, waiting for our attack. Even if we finally rely on our brave attack to break through the Dionia formation, the casualties suffered by our people will not be small. Up until now, All the tribes have suffered a lot of casualties in the war with the Dionia. We can't let our brave warriors suffer anymore. Yuzabik is right. Of course not. How can there be no casualties in a battle? Are you saying that we brought our people here to send off the Dionia people? Seeing that the leaders were about to argue again, Yuzabik immediately said loudly, "Of course we have to send off the Dionia people. Because once the Dionysian army starts to retreat, they will have to leave the favorable terrain and will not be able to maintain their current formation. We can attack them on both sides of the mountain path and on the mountain ridges while they are retreating until we finally defeat them. This is the way we are familiar with. It was not easy for us to trick the Dionia people into the mountains and fight in the homeland we are familiar with. We can't let them go. But what if the Dionia people don't retreat?" As soon as one of the leaders spoke, he was mocked by the other leaders. "If they don't retreat, where will they rest at night? With us here, they won't dare to build a camp here." Chapter 861. Yuzabik is right. This is our mountain area. At night, we will be hunting wolves. The Dionia will only become our prey. That's right. Let's do it. The leaders agreed and finally reached an agreement. 50 meters away from the Dionia army, nearly 7,000 Samiad soldiers began to circle around the west and north sides of the army. They lined up in an extremely loose formation. Some of the soldiers even lay down in the grass. Alexis saw this situation and did not let the soldiers attack at all. He knew that once the soldiers started to charge, these seemingly lazy Samiad soldiers would run as fast as rabbits and lure the soldiers into the mountains. That would be a disaster. Therefore, the two sides faced each other face to face, separated by a distance of tens of meters. Time passed little by little. The Samiad soldiers were fearless, but the Dionia soldiers were getting more and more flustered. After all, this was a foreign land to them. Each of the team leaders asked Alexis if they wanted to retreat. This was met with a firm refusal from Alexis. Matthesius, the adjutant, could not help but say, "Commander, this is the first time we are cooperating with the Abenelum in battle. I don't really trust the Abenelum." Alexis interrupted him and said in a deep voice, "But I trust Borit more, and the most reassuring thing is that Xanthoparis is there. Since he has agreed to this plan, he will definitely do his best to carry it out." Matthesius did not speak. He knew why Alexis said this, because Alexis had fought side by side with Borit in the Southern Italian War. More importantly, Alexis and Xanthoparis were both mercenaries in the Persia expedition. They had a deep friendship and trust each other. However, as the sun in the sky gradually moved to the west, the surroundings were still calm. The expression on Alexis' face gradually became solemn. Finally, he could not help but say to Matthesius, "Go and call those Abenelum soldiers." The Dionysian army remained in place, which puzzled the Samanite leaders. "Aren't the people of Dionia worried that they won't have a place to sleep after nightfall?" Yuzabik mumbled. "Perhaps the people of Dionia think that we will retreat before nightfall, so they are competing with us to see who is more patient." One of the leaders laughed. "I think they're waiting for reinforcements from River Bend. But no matter how many Dionia reinforcements there are, it will be nighttime by the time they arrive." "They will become our prey," said another leader confidently. Reinforcement. Yuzabik's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly asked the leaders of Hilpini, "Has there been any abnormalities in Abernalum these days?" "Abnormal? Didn't they send a group of soldiers to stand at the border to threaten us as soon as they see our people drive our cattle and sheep near their territory? But once our soldiers rush over, these cowards run away. If we weren't at war with Dionia, we would really want leader Leskok to lead us over," said a leader from Benventum, disdainfully. Another Hilpini leader understood what Yuzabik meant and said, "Are you suspecting that Abernalum has surrendered to Dionia?" "Don't worry, no matter how much of a bastard Gurney is. He won't throw a javelin at his own people. Besides, he swore an oath in the name of Savone in front of the high priest. He won't go back on it. Besides, Leader Leskok has specially sent spies to keep an eye on the territory of Abernalum every day. If there's any abnormality, I'm afraid he would have already informed us. That's right, Yuzabik, don't worry. Even if the Hilpini tribe has conflicts, they won't kill each other. Several Hilpini leaders immediately responded, and another leader even said sympathetically, "To be honest, Leader Gurney is too harsh on Abernalum. It really hasn't been easy for Gurney these years." The leader of Beneventum looked a little unhappy, and Yuzabik's expression became a little gloomy. He suspected that the Hilpini leaders were secretly mocking Segavani, the great leader of Kotini, for using a trick to kill Quinduk and conquer Narconia a few days ago. The atmosphere suddenly became a little quiet. The leaders of the other two tribes saw Yuzabik's ugly expression and were about to say something to resolve the awkwardness. Suddenly, a scout hurriedly ran down from the west side of the mountain ridge. "Everyone, leaders, bad news. South. An army has appeared in the south. There are many soldiers rushing over here." The leaders were shocked. Where did this army come from? Yuzabik asked anxiously, because the south that the spy pointed to was not the direction of River Bend, but the west of River Bend, which was southwest of this mountain range. As far as he knew, there were no tribes or towns there. I don't know, because they are neither wearing red, the Samanese often wore red unlined clothes, nor black, but black and yellow, the spy said with a little guilt. At that time he only saw it from a distance on the mountains and hurried to report, and did not rush over to investigate carefully. Black and yellow? Could it be the people of Potentia? A Hilpini leader suddenly said. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They all knew that there was a plant in Lucania City that could make yellow dye, so in the past the Lucanian warriors mostly wore yellow clothes to fight. Could it be them? Since the war in southern Italy, the people of Potentia had not participated in any battles. The impression that the Samanese leaders had of them was still at the time when they plundered the territory of Potentia more than a decade ago, almost exterminating the tribe. As Lucania City had been incorporated into the kingdom of Dionia after the war began, not only the leaders of the various tribes, but even they subconsciously regarded Potentia as a part of Dionia, ignoring the fact that it actually existed independently as a free city. The situation was urgent. Yuzabik did not have time to find out where this army came from. He only knew that it could not be the army of the Samanese tribal alliance. What should I do now? Retreat immediately. The anxious Yuzabik looked at the panicking leaders, then at the surrounded Dionysian army in front of him, and realized that he had to make a decision quickly. But before he could make up his mind, a loud bugle sounded from the southwest, followed by a vigorous bugle call from the northwest. "General, it is impossible to hide such a large army from our spies. Chief Gurney will definitely join forces with the people of Potentia to come here," the Abenelum guide, who was wearing Dionia clothing, was trying to explain to Alexis. Suddenly, he heard the bugle call from the west, followed by the sound of the bugle call. He was overjoyed. "They're here. Our warriors are here." At this moment, Alexis, who heard the bugle call, did not listen to him at all. Instead, she immediately said to Matsius, "Quickly order the light armored soldiers to attack. The other brigades will attack later." Matsius was stunned. "Commander, our reinforcements have not arrived yet. Should we wait a little longer? If we wait any longer, the enemy will escape," Alexis said without hesitation. When the bugle call sounded, the Samanese leaders already knew that they had been fooled by the people of Dionia. There was no doubt that they had to retreat, but such a large army had to retreat together. Otherwise, it would be easy for the retreat to turn into a rout. Which direction to retreat to was also a problem. There was the Dionysian army in the east, and a large number of enemies were coming from the northwest and southwest. As the mountains in the north were steep and difficult to climb, it seemed that only the south was relatively safe. But the south led to the Ophanto River. Who knew if the people of Dionia had set up an ambush there? The situation was urgent. The leaders quickly reached a consensus. While the enemy's reinforcements had not completely arrived, they immediately retreated to the west. When the leaders were about to quickly run back to their own troops, many gaps suddenly appeared in the Dionia's shield formation. 2,000 light armored soldiers rushed out, holding leather shields and short swords, and attacked the Semene soldiers. The confrontation between the two sides lasted for more than 3 hours, especially when the people of Dionia put on a stubborn attitude, gradually wearing down the fighting spirit of the Semene soldiers. Many of the Semene soldiers had already laid on the ground to bask in the sun. Only because they heard the bugle call from the west, they were called up by their companions. Before they could stretch their bodies, they saw the opposite side of the Dionia soldiers rushing towards them like hungry beasts. The distance of more than 50 meters was too short. Many of the Semene soldiers who had been relaxed for a long time did not have time to retreat, and the Dionia soldiers rushed in front of them. It was only at this time that Alexis asked the bugler to blow the bugle call to attack. The attack of the light armored soldiers of Dionia disrupted the already loose formation of the Samenese coalition. Some soldiers retreated, and some soldiers fought with the Dionia soldiers. The whole scene became a little chaotic. Originally, Audiobook wanted to wait for the leaders to reorganize their troops and retreat together. Now he had no choice but to blow the bugle call to retreat. When the bugle call sounded, the remaining fighting spirit of the Samenese soldiers disappeared.